Okay, hello, hi. I'm freezing. I was out a lot of the day with, we went to brunch, Gia and Allie and I, and then we went shopping, then we went to another town, then my son got back from Chicago, and we went out, we had hot cider and stuff together, and then we went a little, like, to the shops in the town. Then I came home and I spent some time with Ethan and his friends that are here, and Luke. And then I came home and I was exhausted and didn't do the auction tonight because I don't think anybody was around to sell, so I didn't do it because I wasn't going to sell alone. I was going to welcome some time, with family and friends and stuff like that. So now I am back to do the true crime. And we'll probably have a makeup auction and craft night sometime when I can get a chance to do that. Well, life is busy right now. Okay, can you hear me, Jen Grill? Hi. Okay, good. You can, obviously. All right, I'm going to get right to it because we have to leave early in the morning. We're doing something else tomorrow. So let me see. I'm going to get right to this. Last we left, Jeffrey had finally, well, kind of, I don't know if he actually truly admitted he did, but he was arrested, okay? And I'm just going to show some stuff here. Let me go to Scullin case files. Okay. Want to look at his arrest warrant real quick? Okay, let's look at his arrest warrant really quickly. Okay, whereas there has been filed with me an affidavit, a copy of which is attached hereto, designated as Exhibit A and incorporated herein as though fully rewritten, wherein the affidavit avers that he believes and has good cause to believe that Jeffrey W. Scullin Jr., a white male, April 10th, 1997, was residing at blah, 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 okay, has engaged in aggravated murder in violation. So this is aggravated. Remember, he said I could put you in for premeditated. This is for aggravated. I'm satisfied that there is probable cause to believe that there's not really much in this, doesn't even give the proof of that. Okay, so let's look at photos. Jeffrey Scullin. Hold on one second. I didn't even go into this one. What's in this? Alleged history. What is this? Oh, never mind. I know what that is. Okay. All right, let's go to back to the interviews because we have 2 FBI interviews for Jeffrey. So I think this is our first one, maybe? Oh, they're going to give him the lie detector? Yeah. Surprised they left him in here with this machinery.
So, if you need to use the restroom, just... Okay. All right. Appreciate that. So, if you need to use the restroom, just let me know anytime, okay? Okay. Let's see where we stand. Let's look at we use that algorithm.
Am I allowed to look at it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I want you to look. I want to show you the stuff. You know, there's no magic. There's no magic. Scoring. I do scoring here. This is the scoring we use. This is the algorithm. Okay. You have probably 99.9. You have a significant reaction. Let me see. What are the questions you're having issues on? Okay.
Oh, they already did this?
5, 8, 7, 2. Okay. Okay. Well, let's take a look at the charts and see. I want to see.
What was I having reactions?
You're having reactions to these red questions, which are the causing the injuries and injuries knowing for sure. I want to take a look at the chart, and there's very large response here, not so much large here, some there. Oh yeah, here, it's through the roof. This one, okay, and last one here. Yeah. Okay. 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 So that puts you right here. We're at this point. You're at this point right here. Okay. So we're in the yellow category, and yellow, and that means it's a cautionary zone. Meaning, I didn't see any issues on the psychological aspects. Meaning, this is my opinion, that you're not a person who is. This is a habitual, serial kind of thing, that you're a kind of person who enjoys hurting somebody or doing something like that. Did you cause those injuries? Yeah, absolutely, you caused those injuries. Now, what I want to do is get an understanding of why it happened. That's what we need to do, is what happened, what caused it, what did Melinda do that caused a response from you? What did you do? And what we want to do is try to get an understanding, first and foremost, that there was no plan, or it's not an intentional thing. This is very much an isolated situation that we want to move forward on, and we want to be able to verify. First and foremost, it's not intentional, meaning there was no grand plan. I'm going to go out and do something to something. That something happened that caused a reaction out of you. She said something, she did something. There's a lot of things, let me think here. And so what I want to do is be able to move us towards this verification test, first and foremost to show that it's not an intentional thing, because the intentional thing kind of goes into the psychological issues where, somebody plans something out, that's somebody who enjoys what they're doing, and we don't want that. What happened? What was it we called the nexus point? What was it that caused a reaction out of you? Was it something she said, something she did? Did she belittle you, combined with all this?
No, sorry, keep going.
I was thinking, with all the stress with the wedding and the situation, obviously she did something that caused a reaction. Did she attack you?
No,
did you get attacked?
I didn't attack. I talked to her, but I never been good with time or anything like that, but I don't think
Well, let's talk about it.
That knife that they found, I never even touch it. I've probably touched it twice or in the past year.
Well, that's DNA. That's, I'm not going to say indisputable, but it's like one in a, I don't know the numbers, but it's like one in a billion.
I'm just saying I never.
What did she do?
No, I don't even know.
Well, let me ask this question. Did you intentionally plan to hurt her? Was there a plan? It happened. And what I'm trying to figure out is why it happened, and to make sure that it wasn't a cold, calculated thing. I don't want people to draw.
Never hurt anybody intentionally.
Okay, perfect. I would never hurt anybody intentionally. So, what caused it? What did she say or do?
I don't even remember doing everything. That knife was in the bag.
Okay, in the bag. And there were guns in the bag.
Yeah, but I never.
What did she do? Was the bag with you? Was it in the premise?
It was in the house.
Okay.
Downstairs.
Okay. And downstairs is where you live, right?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
where we stay.
Okay. So did you have the knife and gun upstairs, and then she said things or said something and a reaction? I mean,
I don't carry those around.
Okay.
They stay downstairs and
right,
go downstairs.
right,
I recognize the knife.
right. Well, let's talk about, we know what happened, okay? Let's talk about why and try to get an understanding that, because you said yourself, and I'm gonna write this down, I never intentionally hurt her. Okay,
I don't.
so for us to move forward, let's try to assess that intentional hurting. You know, I never intentionally tried to hurt her. So that still doesn't mean, you know, we all make mistakes. We all have trigger points. A lot of stress. I mean, you're getting married, you have a baby, you're living with the in-laws. She can be a little hypercritical at times.
Yes, but I would never do that. I would never.
Well, you would never intentionally do that, right?
No,
Right,
I would never hurt anybody.
Right.
I would never hurt anybody.
right. But it did. And that's why I don't believe your intention was ever to hurt her. You know, but you did react. And what I'm trying to do is, let's work through it together to get a better understanding. Because the evidence is the evidence. I mean, the knife, the DNA, the timelines, even your own family, Aunt Jenny and others, the gas station thing, you know. Hell, let's create a truthful timeline. The most truthful timeline that you can recall. And let's let people know this. I never intentionally hurt anyone. I never intentionally. It happened.
I never said I hurt her. I said I never would intentionally hurt anyone.
Okay. Well, you also said I never intentionally hurt her, and I would never, and I would also never hurt anybody. Unfortunately, the situation happened. You know what? I would love to make it go away. I would love to make it go away, but we can't. And the way we move forward is helping everybody understand what's going on, okay? I mean, you have Anna, you love Anna, you have a daughter, okay? You want to maintain a relationship. You want to maintain a relationship for the rest of your life with your daughter. You want to maintain a relationship with Anna. How do we do that in this scenario, in this situation? By being truthful. Telling them, hey, this was a mistake. I never intentionally hurt anybody. It would never be in my mind. I don't know why it happened. I reacted, and I'm sorry. I want to move forward, and I want people to understand. You don't want people to draw the worst case scenario. Oh well, he must be a psychopath. That lady got stabbed all those times, or he must be, you know, some monster. You're not a monster. You know why you're not a monster? Because I'm going to tell you, I've been an agent for 28 years, and I've seen some monsters. You're not one of those people, okay? Did a mistake happen? Yeah, it did happen. Did you do that? Yeah, I have to be honest with you. Yeah, you did. It clearly shows that. The evidence clearly shows it. But what I'm trying to do is go here, and I want to do verification that it was not an intentional thing. It was not a planned thing. This wasn't a grand scheme. You're not some, you know, deviant that gets off on something like this. I think you have all the marriage stress going on. I'm married. I know it's stressful. You got a brand new baby who you love dearly. You got a wife or a fiance, and you're living with the in-laws, and sometimes everybody makes the jokes on the mother-in-law, but you know what? A lot of times it's true. You know, as we talked about earlier, you know, they can be a little picky. They can be. You got all this stress going on. You're currently unemployed. You got all this stress coming on. Maybe she said something derogatory about your family, or about the wedding plans, or about you as a man, you know, or you as a person. And what I'm trying to figure out is, what is the trigger point? And then that it wasn't intentional. So the first and foremost thing I would like us to start with is, it was not intentional. It was not an intentional thing. Meaning it's not a pre-planned thing.
Yeah.
Okay, if I gave you a test on that,
Just on what?
on did you intentionally hurt her, would you pass that?
Yeah. I don't understand. He said he checked, the one detective said he checked where I went, but I remember getting gas. I remember.
Well, the film, you know, I don't want to get into, because I'm not as privy with that aspects of it, but I don't want to argue the gas station, but the film doesn't show you there ever, okay? But that's not the concern, you know? Aunt Jeannie says, no, he didn't get there till 6 o'clock. I don't care about the time frame. I don't care about any of that, okay? You know, I care about you, and I care about helping me so I can let people know this is a non-intentional thing. This is a guy who made a mistake. He's got a daughter who he loves very much. He's got a fiance that he loves very much. He spoke highly of the family. He spoke highly of his own family. But something happened, okay? Something uncontrollable happened. Now, is this, you know, because I can guarantee you what some people are saying or thinking, oh gosh, he's got to be the monster, he's got to be Jack the Ripper, he's got to be the worst thing in the whole world. We don't want people to say that, if that's not true. And I honestly don't believe it. I don't believe you are that kind of guy, and I don't believe you ever would be that guy. Did you have a bad night that night? Yes. Did you cause those injuries? Yes. I don't know why. Help me understand why. And then what I want to do is I want to test you on that. Okay? Because that way, I'm just not taking, oh, well, you know, hey, you're the social worker, you want to believe everybody. Well, yes and no, but, you know, but I do believe people. And I see goodness in you. Okay? Was it just the stress of the combination of the wedding and the money and what did she do? What did she do to cause this?
I didn't get any. There's nothing. She was fine. I don't understand.
No. What don't you understand? Because you caused those injuries, okay? You know, you caused those injuries. The stabbing, the shooting. I don't know why they happened, okay? And let me tell you what fear is. I want you to listen to this. Fear, F-E-A-R. False expectations appearing real, okay? And that's just not some psychobabble. That really is. People get scared. You made a mistake. I hope you made a mistake. I pray to God it was only a mistake. I pray to God you're not one of these intentional people, okay? I don't know. It can be a mistake. I'm gonna write that here. Or it may be an intentional thing. That's where the verification test is gonna help us. Just like before, just like on this stuff. It clearly shows that. The evidence clearly shows that. They don't care about any of that stuff. I want to know what kind of person you are. You know? And when we make mistakes, what do? We try to move forward. Life isn't, we're not defined by one single day in our life. We're defined by the totality. Do you want a relationship with your daughter? Do you want a relationship with Hannah?
But I don't understand. What I don't understand is I don't remember.
What's that?
I don't understand. I don't remember
Okay.
doing anything.
Okay, so you, okay.
I went to...
So I don't remember, hang on, I don't remember hurting her. Okay. Let's talk about that.
I don't...
Have you ever experienced blackouts before?
I don't know. I don't.
I mean, is this something caused quite a large reaction? So when you say, I don't remember hurting her, okay. Well, do you ever have other, remember I asked you about your mental health? Did you ever have other experiences where you just wake up and you don't know? 'Cause sometimes I do talk to people and they go, I just woke up and here I am naked and there was a gun and there was a knife and there was drugs and I don't know what was going on, you know, and I understand that.
I never touch those knives. Those knives are just there. I never
Well,
touched them.
that one knife was used to stab her. The DNA is on it.
I think
And it's
used
your
it
knife.
once, but I never used it.
Right. Well,
Something like this.
and it was in your truck that you had control over. Okay? So, let's go back. Mistake, intentional. I don't believe that you would ever intentionally hurt anybody. You don't seem like that kind of guy. Matter of fact, I watched your eyes light up when you were talking about your daughter. I watched how you smiled, how you're very proud, her intelligence, 1, 2, 3, A, B, C, how she can be devious. That's a proud father. And I'm happy to see that in you. Okay? We have to be strong together. We need to know, you know, are you intentional? Is it mistake? You know, we don't want somebody to say, well, oh my gosh, we don't want to do the monster thing. Okay? Because it happens, you know, and the big thing is, and only you know, what was the cause? Was it something she
She
said?
didn't say anything to me. She never said anything to me.
Well,
She was-
something caused a reaction.
She was.
Do you ever have, let me ask you a question. Do you ever have moments where you just act out on somebody? Have you ever just gone crazy on somebody?
I don't know. I don't think so.
What do you
Pretty
mean?
old, pretty old.
Okay. No, have you ever have acts where you just physically attack somebody? Acted out? Okay, right.
Yeah.
So anytime, and just like regular people or normal people, something causes that, okay? And you know what it is, generally? There's a red line, there's a red sign, a red line that all of us have. And it's usually some form of disrespect. That's where anger is. The emotional background of anger is you're being deprived of something that you should rightfully have, and that's what creates anger. That's why we have anger. Anger is a mechanism of who and what we are. And when a person pushes you to the point where they're showing you disrespect, or they're showing you condemnation, or they're being arrogant, that can push a person. That can create anger. That can create a response. Now, something caused you to have that response. And that's what I ultimately want to test on. Because I don't believe you're the kind of guy that would intentionally just cold-heartedly, very coldly, just go hurt somebody. I don't think you are that kind of person. I think if you get pushed, if somebody pushes you hard enough and is disrespectful enough, that you're going to respond. And that's what I believe happened. Because that's the impetus of what anger is and what anger causes people to do. Maybe it wasn't her. Maybe something was going on, you know. Maybe, I don't know, you know. But it's you and her at the house and Kyle at the house. Okay, Kyle's off in his room where he always is, right?
Yeah, he hides up there.
Okay,
Like goes to
okay.
sleep.
So it's between you and her. There's some dialogue, there's something going on that resulted in you doing this. And what I'm trying to get an understanding is, what can we test on to be able to show the best in you, not the worst?
But I left. She came
but she was not in the same condition as when she came. Okay, that didn't happen. You didn't go to Aunt Jeannie's till post. Well, according to Aunt Jeannie, I don't know specifically, somewhere around 6 o'clock. Okay, something happened in that time frame, and that's what we need to understand. And you're the only person with the answer. But what I'm begging you and helping you try to understand is, don't let people think it's an intentional thing. Don't do that to your future wife. Don't do that to your daughter. You're not that kind of person. Okay? Unfortunately, you're in this situation. Okay? You know, I'm very sorry that you're in that situation. Let's let people know the truth. What is it that caused the reaction?
I don't know. I don't even remember. I remember leaving, and I remember driving around using gas. But he says there's no way of leaving there. I'm so confused about it all.
Well, when you say you're confused, what does that mean? Because you said, I don't remember hurting her, I don't remember leaving the house.
But they're saying I did.
Well, you know, this is not who you are. This is not the person you are. This is not the defining moment of who you are and what you are. Is this part of your life? Yes. Can you ever go away from it? No. It is always going to be a part of your life. The only thing that you can do is reconcile with it. Try to understand it. Let people know that you love. Let them know the truth. Let them know the truth. Let Anna know the truth. Let Aurora know the truth. Hey, your dad made a mistake. You know, this is not who I am. You know, on one given day, October, was it 22nd or 23rd, this happened. That is not who I am. I want a relationship. Here, I'm gonna look at that date. 23rd. October 23rd, in a whole lifetime, is not who you are. Is it part of you? Yeah, it's one day in your life. Right now, you're going to define the rest of your life. And that's why I want to hope to put your best foot forward. And the only way we put your best foot forward is by telling the truth. Okay? And the only way, that's the only way you're going to do well. You're a horrible liar, meaning when we do the test. Meaning, it's because you're not. That's right. Because generally you're an honest person. You're a good person. Okay? October 23rd. I'd love to take that day away. I'd like to make that day always go away. I want to move us towards here. But we're somewhere in here. Mistake. It's not an intentional issue. Or, well, you know, some people will say, hey, we got all the evidence. We got the DNA. We got records showing that he wasn't where he said he was. We got family members, his own family members telling us, oh no, he never showed up to this time frame. He did this, you know. And I'll tell you what, I bet you got scared as hell. And I'll tell you the truth. I bet you sent Bruce an email saying go to the Kettle Brew or whatever that restaurant is. I'm not saying you did, but I'm just telling you. You know what? You know what that shows? That shows a scared guy. That would show us a guy that's just scared to hell. You know what? Oh my God, I made a mistake. You know, this is my future. This is my wife's mother. She's generally a good person. I just couldn't take something that was said or something that she did And that's what I want to test on. Because, you know what? If I can test on it, then it backs you. Otherwise, people can draw whatever conclusions they want. But we don't want that. We want you to have a relationship with your daughter. We want you to have a relationship with Anna. When you and Anna fight, you kiss and make up, right? And I kind of metaphorically saying, it's the same thing. Obviously, this isn't quite the same thing, but the mechanisms towards reconciliation for who you are as a person don't ever stop. You make mistakes. Hey, I made a mistake. I want to move forward. I don't like it. This is not who I am. I'm scared of the future. I want us to have a future together. I'm deathly afraid of that. But you can't run from it. You can't hide from it.
I'm trying to run. I just
Because
don't know.
where are you right now? You're sitting in an orange jumpsuit. Okay. Why? Because all the evidence is there. There's guys up there that say, would you even spend your time talking to that guy? Who gives a damn? You got all the evidence in the world. Did you see what happened? And you're like, wait a minute. That's not the global person. Maybe that's a social worker in me. Maybe that's a person who cares. Maybe that's a person who sees the goodness in you. I do, and other people do. Anna does. What I'd like us to do at the end of the night, write a letter to Anna. Tell her you're sorry. Explain it. You don't have to go into graphic detail, but tell her this is not who you are.
I don't remember doing anything. I remember leaving and getting gas. I don't understand.
Right, I don't remember. I
really
understand.
don't understand.
Well, let's talk about blackouts then. I don't remember hurting her. I don't remember leaving the house. So,
I left the house though. I left the house and she walked in like any other day.
you did leave the house. You didn't leave the house with her how she walked in, without any injuries. That did not happen. When you left that house, she was injured. And then ultimately, she perished from that. And I'm not saying, that's what I want to show. Look, I did something. It was wrong. I made a mistake. This is what happened. Help people understand. Don't let people draw the worst case scenario with you. That's not who you are. That's not the kind of son that your father raised. That's not who your mother raised. That's not who your daughter has as a father. You did leave. You did leave that house. You're absolutely correct. You did not leave with her in the same way that she left when she came in.
When I left, she was yelling something at Kyle. That's what I don't understand. They said I never did any of my stuff. But I don't understand.
No, you did not leave that house. And I'm not being confrontational with her. But I have to be honest, you did not leave that house with her not injured. The knife was in your car. The knife is her DNA. It's your knife. You told the detectives it's your knife. You had access to knives. You had access to guns. I'm not saying you had. What I'm trying to do is, this is my sole goal, is to knock out an intentional. I intentionally went to hurt that woman. I intentionally went to kill that woman. I intentionally, because I have so much hatred. That's what people want to think. You know why? Because it's easy. You know what they can do? Slam the door. Ah, that guy's a frickin' monster. Oh, he's Ariel Castro. Oh, I would never do that. I would never think that way. Oh my God, what is wrong with that guy? That's easy for people to do that. You know why? Because any given day, any one of us can make the same mistake. Any single one of us can do the same, could have the same day. We all say we wouldn't. We all say we wouldn't. So let me tell you something. If you grew up in a certain part of the neighborhood with certain types of parents and certain economic conditions, would you be a PhD? Or maybe would you be doing something else? Well, I know people, oh, I would never do that. None of us can ever say that. By the grace of God go I, meaning Any one of us at any time can have a bad day, can make a mistake, can do something that we regret. But how do we move forward? How do we? We don't want people to be able to do the easy thing. Hell with him. Goodbye. Good riddance. You know, that guy was horrible. No, it's not. You got a daughter. You have that daughter you have to take care of. You have a daughter that you're going to have to talk to. Okay? You love her. I know you love her. I saw your face. I know you love her. Is it? What are you gonna? How are you gonna explain it to your daughter? I'll tell you how you're gonna explain it to your daughter. Dad made a mistake. I'm sorry. I regret it for the rest of my life. It's not who I am. I want a relationship. I want you to understand me. This is not who I am. This is one day in my life. How do we help me understand so we can communicate that to her? That's something you're going to ultimately communicate to her.
No, I don't. I'm so confused.
What are you confused about?
I don't remember doing that.
Okay.
I don't even
Well,
remember pointing that out.
I don't remember. Okay. I don't remember doing that.
It wasn't. I don't even. It wasn't in the truck. I know that much.
Okay.
I know it was downstairs.
Well, you said earlier it was downstairs. The guns and the knives were downstairs, right? That's what you said earlier.
Yes.
Okay. So, let's do this. Sometimes it's okay to close your eyes, sit back, and go through that awful experience. And I don't mean to make you go through it, but you have to go through it. And go through it in your mind. Close your eyes, and what do you smell? What do you hear? What do you feel? What does everything feel like? What are the sounds that you're hearing? And then slowly, let's work ourselves back to something was said, that process that caused you either to go downstairs and get that, or you had it with you, maybe you were cleaning it, or you had it with you at that moment. And think about it from all your emotions, from your eyes. What did you see? What did you smell? What did you hear? What did you touch with your hands, with your feet, with your body? What was inside going on in your heart when that situation that caused that anger? What was that? Think about that. And just close your eyes and just think about it. And then let's work our ways back through it. Okay? So, what was the situation that happened that caused the reaction? What did she say?
When we talked, she was just fine. She was laughing about the baby. We never really talked about anything.
Well,
She
something.
left to her doctors.
And then she came back.
Yeah.
Okay. And then something happened. Something caused your reaction. What was that something that caused that reaction? Let's start there.
Everything we talked about was like normal stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It was just
Go to the anger. What caused the anger? What caused the rage?
I don't remember really. No.
Okay, I don't remember.
I remember that knife being downstairs in the bag, but I don't.
Okay.
I took it out of the truck and put it
Right.
in the bag.
Okay. And then ultimately, you ended up putting it back in the truck. Because it didn't walk there by itself, and I'm not being, condescending or anything. And unless you told somebody to put it there, unless you gave it to somebody, and I don't believe you're the kind of guy that would do that.
No one was with me all day.
Let's do this. Go back to when you put the knife in the truck, and then let's try to work our way back from that angle.
In the truck.
Mm-hmm. The Silverado. What were you thinking? What were you thinking when you were putting that knife back into the trunk? Oh my God, what have I done?
I don't know.
I can't
putting
believe
it back in the truck. I remember taking it out the night before,
Okay.
along with like 2 others,
Okay.
and putting them all in the bag.
So that would be on a Sunday then.
Yes.
You put it in with the guns. Is it that the bag you're talking about?
I think so. Yeah. Put
Okay.
it in there.
Okay, the bag with the guns. And then you told me earlier that that same bag was downstairs
It's downstairs.
in your living quarters.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just set it down there. Didn't touch it.
Yeah.
And then went to sleep. Got up. Watched the baby. I played with the baby.
Oh, yeah.
Watching Barney. Played with her.
Sure.
Her little piano thing.
I understand.
Then now comes home. We talked about the baby.
Sure. And she goes to her doctor's appointment.
Yes. We
That's
got
all been
Kyle
verified.
off the bus.
Right?
Kyle ran upstairs like normal.
It's up in his room.
And she came home.
Right.
And I was getting ready to leave.
Let's stop there, because that's when it all happens. Okay. Let's stop that. She comes home, and maybe she's in a bad mood. I don't know what happened with her at the doctor. I don't know if they stuck a needle in her. I don't know, but something has. Maybe she's taking out a bad day. Maybe she's grumping at you. Maybe she's being, as you said earlier to me, that she would have, snippy comments. And you know what? Those things great after a while. And with all the other stresses going on, the marriage, the baby, the unemployment, the stress, the pressure, and something is said. The $6,500 for the home. Did you ever get it from your mom?
I was going to cancel my IRA to get most of it back. Like 5,600. It's like something.
To pay the hall because you didn't have the money.
Thanks so much on Crimey for the memberships you gifted. That's very nice. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And to the recipients, I hope that they appreciate it. I'm sure they will. Thank you so much. And we will get our craft night coming. It's just that everything happened this weekend.
Yes, and then the rest would.
Right.
A little bit for my mom, the rest for my savings.
Right. So it was my understanding you were supposed to get the $6,500 from your mom. Did she make some comments about your mom or your family or your family's financial situation that caused the anger? Is it possible that she made some disparaging remarks that caused some frustration?
I'll rewind it back. I'll rewind it back a few. Okay, Twisted?
And the rest ready to get most of it back. Like
The $6,500 for the hall.
Don't be sorry. That's a very nice thing. We can always rewind it back. No worries. We're not going to miss a thing. That was very, very nice. Don't worry about that. I'm very glad, very appreciative.
You said earlier to me that she would have, snippy comments. And you know what? Those things great after a while. And with all the other stresses going on, the marriage, the baby, the unemployment, the stress, the pressure, and something is said. The $6,500 for the hall. Did you ever get it from your mom?
No, I was going to cancel my IRA to get most of it back. Like 5,600. It's like something.
To pay the hall because you didn't have the money?
rest, and then the
Okay.
rest would,
Right.
a little bit would for my mom, and the rest for my savings.
Right. So, it was my understanding you were supposed to get the $6,500 from your mom. Did she make some comments about your mom or your family or your family's financial situation that caused the anger? Is it possible that she made some disparaging remarks that caused some frustration and anger on your part?
I remember leaving.
You left. I'll guarantee you did leave, because your Aunt Jeannie says you left. Or it says you came to the house. You weren't there at a little after 3, or I'm sorry, the gas station thing and the gas and stuff.
I remember that.
You know what Bruce told me? Well, he didn't tell me. You know what he said? He said when I left Applebee's, he was filling up the car with the gas. You know what he told me he got the gas from? My dad's garage. His dad's garage.
I never went to my dad's.
Right, I know. I don't know where you went. When we ultimately find out tonight, then we're going to test on it. But the first and foremost thing that I want to be testing on is the intention. That's the first and foremost. That's the big question that the prosecutor wants to know. Hey, is this guy somebody that is going to be doing this again? Is this an isolated situation? Is this a guy that made a mistake? There's a lot of reasons people make mistakes. And what I'm trying to do is I want to show them who you are as a person. But only you can share that. Only us working together. I want to be able to show the truth. What are you most scared of?
I've never seen my daughter.
Exactly. Okay, let's talk about that. Then let's talk about that. That's a very fair thing to be scared of. Okay. How do you take control of the situation? Can you change the past? Can you change the past?
No.
No, exactly. I can't change the past. There's things in my life that I've done that I regret, and I'll regret to the last day of my life. But you know what? What do people do when they make decisions they regret? They don't want to go back there. Okay? They say what? I'm sorry. I did make a mistake. Okay? You can't make a person forgive you, but you can give them everything, every opportunity. You can never quit on them. Okay? And that's what you need to do with your daughter. You need to give her the truth. You need to never quit on her. You will be able to see her. You will be involved with her in her life. But if you alienate Anna, I can't control Anna. You owe Anna the same thing. You've got to tell her the truth. You've got to level with her. You've got to tell her what went on and why. You know, if it's something so callous that I hated Melinda, and I planned out for weeks to kill her, and then I killed her. Well, yeah, I don't think Anna's going to be forgiven of that. I don't think a lot of people would be. But as I believe, this is a mistake. This is an isolated situation, an argument ensured. Something happened that caused a reaction. Something inside of you that said, I've had enough of this. I'm tired of being disrespected. And you reacted. It wasn't the best day. It wasn't the best thing to do. But tell people. Tell people, let them know the truth, that you're a human being. How can we tell Anna? How do we tell Laura? You know how we do it? We start with you. You tell them. You tell them the truth. And we're gonna write a letter to them. Well, I'm gonna have you write a letter to your daughter and your wife and telling them the truth.
I don't know that stuff is downstairs.
Right. You don't have any psychological issues. You've never had any blackouts in your life. What do you think Anna's going to say and react to that?
I don't know. She's probably gonna call me a liar.
Right.
But I don't.
Yeah. You do. You do remember. You You're the only person who does. Do you know why you know? You know so much detail, and let me tell you exactly why you know so much detail. Because you're not a kind of guy that does this over and over and over. I've met people who robbed hundreds of banks, and guess what? They don't remember all the details, because they can't, because they robbed hundreds and hundreds of banks. You know what they have? Pathological issues. That's just who they are. But I know somebody who made a mistake. They'll remember it every day. And they'll tell me, it haunts me every day of my life, but I'm not going to let it control me. I'm moving forward. I was honest about it. I want people to know, hey, you can be in this situation too. I'm moving forward. Because you know why? It's not who they are. And it's burned in their memory. It's burned in who they are. They'll remember every detail for the rest of their life, because it's the only time it's going to ever happen in their life. And you know all the details. You have them intimately in the thing. You're afraid. I get it. I understand. False expectations appearing real. The false expectation is, I'm never going to see Aurora again. I'm never going to see Ann again. Is that a possibility? I can't say that it's not. I would lie to you if I said, oh no, everything's going to be peachy. No, you got a big roadblock, okay? How do you get around that roadblock? Over it, through it, under it? There's only one way, by being truthful. And you got to be truthful to Anna, and you have to be truthful to your daughter. That's the kind of man you are. That's the kind of father you are, and that's the kind of husband you are. And that's the kind of son that you were raised to be. You know, your son, your father raised you to be strong. Okay, didn't raise you to be a liar. Didn't raise you to run away from things. You know, you're not that kind of person, are you? Okay. Tell me what happened. You do.
Let me think, sir.
Okay. This is what I want us to do tonight. I want you to write a letter to your father, to Anna, to daughter, to Aurora. A-U-R. How do you spell it? O? O-A.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, O-R-A.
O-R-A. Okay.
Yeah.
To Aurora. Because you are a combination of all that. Your father, your mother, you're a husband, fiance, husband. You're taking responsibility for your child. You love your child. You didn't run away. You didn't say, take care of it yourself. You pay for it. Go have an abortion. You didn't do any of that. There's a lot of people that would. That tells a lot about you. Okay. See, when you have fear of false expectations appearing real, you make that a big hurdle. Well, I'm never going to have Aurora. I'm never going to have Anna. My parents are going to be disappointed. Yeah, they're going to be frustrated. They're going to be angry. They're going to be mad. But that doesn't mean they can't forgive, and they will. But you have to start with yourself. You have to forgive yourself. How you do that is by what? Telling somebody you're sorry. Hey, I made a mistake. That's who we are as human beings. That's what separates us from the animals. And I'm not talking about animals, I'm talking people animals. Because there are some of those people like that. You're not one of those people. You're not an animal person. You're a person who loves, a person who cares, a person who gets joy of being with his daughter, a person who wants to be. And the foremost thing that you articulated to me was concern for your daughter. Then how do you show your daughter? By standing up and being the father, the husband, and the man that you are. Hey, here's what happened. Here's what happened. Okay. Okay. Then let's talk about it.
I don't understand some stuff.
Okay.
I remember we were walking out,
Okay.
and I walked back in for something, I think. I don't know what happened. I was so confused.
Okay. So you walked out. Maybe there were statements made, and you walked out, just like you normally did. But something was said that caused such a reaction, or so much anger, or frustration, or humiliation. Maybe she threatened to do the same thing. I'm not going to let you.
I remember walking outside and leave and getting ready to leave. I don't understand.
Did she threaten to end the marriage or stop the marriage
I don't.
and stop you from having access to Aurora and Hannah?
I don't know.
Because as a man, when somebody threatens the people we most care, we can respond to that.
I remember walking out
Okay.
and leaving.
Okay.
Just walking out.
Okay.
She was yelling up to Kyle. Getting in the car, and that's what I remember. I remember getting in the car.
So Melinda's yelling at Kyle, you're walking out. Well, you did not leave that house with her. What was she yelling to Kyle?
To get his shoes on or something like that.
Right. Why?
He gets undressed. He stands outside upstairs and gets undressed and stuff.
Okay. Could she have been yelling to Kyle for help or assistance
What do you mean?
because of the situation, the fight that you guys got into?
No, she said shoes.
Okay. Okay.
I was outside.
Okay. So you did not leave that house with her not physically changed.
Not sure.
She came into the house with no stab wounds or not being wounded with a gunshot. When you left the house, she had stab wounds and she had gunshots. Or gunshots, I don't know how many.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Okay. I'm not
I'm
sure.
so.
Well, let's talk about it. Let's think about it.
I remember walking out.
Okay. You walked out after the encounter.
I remember. I don't know.
You do know.
I'm so confused.
You do know. You absolutely know. And you know why you know? Because you're never going to forget that day for the rest of your life. Do you know why? Because you're not a pathological killer. You're not a person who plans out, premeditates out, thinks about nothing but hurting people, and could care less. You know what that is? That's a psychopath. Psychopaths have no feelings for people. You're not that. You're not a monster. You're not that. Are you a guy that made a mistake? Yeah. I made a mistake. It happens. Does that define who you are as a person? No, it doesn't. How do you define who you are? By being truthful. Letting Anna, letting your beloved daughter know the truth. not making a spectacle of yourself, not putting any more pressure on them, and helping them. And you know, by helping them, you know who else you help? You help you. Because you know what? They're still going to love you. They're not going to be happy with you, but they're still going to love you.
Can I have a minute to myself?
Sure. Okay, I'm going to walk out for a few minutes, okay? Do you want something, anything more to eat or drink?
No, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to give you about 5 minutes, okay?
Do you, am I allowed to have like an Advil or any of those? Or is I'm not allowed to?
Let me see what is allowed in this facility for for non-prescription medication. Okay, I'll be right back.
It just hurts really bad.
Okay, think about it, talk about it, get your head straight, and we'll come back and work on those letters. Let me see if I can see one of the detectives or somebody. I'll ask it. You can say, can we get some more sugar? some, is this okay? They said it was okay. You okay?
My head's killing me.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you got that food in you then. Okay. What are we gonna say? What do we want to say to Aurora? What do we want to say to Anna? Let's tell them. Let's draft. Let's do a letter to them and let them know what happened and why. I'm not a great typist, so you dictate and then I'll have you double correct it.
Yeah, I'm probably just as bad as you.
Okay. What do you, dear Anna?
Aurora, I'll see Aurora.
Okay, dear Aurora, okay. Okay, I want to make sure I spell her name. A-U-R-O-R-A.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm so sorry, I love you very much.
I remember being mad, I just don't remember doing anything else.
Okay. Well, I remember being mad. Let's talk about that. Well, let's talk about the mad, and that'll help us, that'll bring us back farther, or that'll bring us back closer. What were you mad about? What was the discussion about? Was she trying to stop the wedding, trying to remove you, trying to take you from the house?
No, and that wouldn't have been a problem if she had on the way there, I would have just left.
I know that, but
I don't know
what is it that caused you to be mad at that time?
It was fine. I'm sorry, I'm very confused.
No, that's okay. Because you said, hey, I remember I was mad. Okay, and I said, okay, let's talk about the mad. What was the reason you were mad?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay. In reference to Aurora, dear Aurora, I love you very much. You want to tell her how you feel?
Yeah.
Okay. I love you so much. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to tell her that you love her mother too?
Yes.
Okay. I love your mother so much.
Oh,
Do you want to apologize? I'm so sorry. You don't want to apologize?
no, I do. I did something bad.
What
I
did
just can't remember.
Okay. Well, how about we phrase it that way and we'll talk about it. I am so sorry for doing something bad. And let's talk about that, or let's think about that and perseverate on it. So here's what we have so far. Dear Aurora, I love you so much. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. I love your mother so much. Is that fair? Okay. I'm so sorry for doing something bad.
I'm sorry, the lights hurt my eyes.
Okay. I don't know if we can dim them. I don't think we can.
I don't think you can.
I'm so sorry for doing something bad. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's talk about the bad thing.
I remember being wrong, but I don't know.
Okay. Then let me put that down. I was mad.
I was mad. That stuff was
What?
downstairs.
Let me ask a question. Are you a mad person? Are you a person that's always mad?
No.
Okay. Would you like me to say to her, I was mad, but this is not who I am? Is that fair? Is that a fair representation?
Yes.
Okay. I was mad, but this is not who I am. I want you to know, you know, I'm thinking of explaining it to her. I want you to know this is not who I am, and I love you very much. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I want you to know that you are my whole world.
Okay.
Oh, God.
Okay. Oh. And okay, so I love you so much. I love your mother so much. I'm so sorry for doing something bad. I was mad, but this is not who I am. I want you, hang on, to know you are my whole world. My whole world. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm telling you, we had an argument. There was an
I don't
argument.
remember arguing. I don't understand.
Okay, it's fine. We'll get it worked out.
I don't understand. I thought that knife was in the bag downstairs. I don't know what's going on. I really don't. I'm so confused.
Well, how do we want to tell Aurora? I mean, I'm not gonna, you know, we'll talk about the details ourselves, but I don't think you have to tell Aurora all the details. Let's just stick with Aurora's letter. I love you so much. I love your mother so much. I'm so sorry for doing something bad. I was mad, but this is not who I am. I want you to know you are my whole life. How about her grandma, Melinda? I love Melinda. I made a mistake. You know, you know, people make mistakes.
I don't remember going back inside. I don't.
What's that?
I remember walking outside, but I don't remember going back inside. I'm so. I don't understand. I
Right.
don't understand. I never put that knife in the trunk. I don't get it. I don't understand.
Well, just from an evidence standpoint, a time frame standpoint, you did put the knife in there. You did cause the injuries. You weren't at the places. Now, I understand that sometimes we may want to block them out because they're painful, you know. But I think it's important to know that you didn't have hatred for Melinda or Bruce, their grandma, because she's going to love her grandma. She's going to love your mother, right? She loves your
Yes.
mother. Did she love Melinda too?
Yeah.
Okay. And I think it's important that you tell her, hey, I loved Melinda as you did. It was just a mistake. Is that a fair representation?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll write that down. I loved
So.
Melinda just like you. I made a mistake. Okay. I love you so much. I love your mother so much. I'm so sorry for doing something bad. I was mad. But this is not who I am. I want you to know you are my whole world. I loved Melinda just like you. I made a mistake. Because that's a fair representation so far, right? say I don't remember, a lot of times what that is it's being scared. And I
Oh,
get
I
it.
don't understand. I remember going to the gas station, I remember doing that, but they said I go there, and I couldn't go there, and I go there, I don't understand.
Well, put it this way. You might have actually gone there, but you didn't go in the time frame you said you did with the police. Just like when you said you went to your Aunt Jenny's, you weren't in that time frame that you were there. And when you said that Melinda came home around a little after 3, that's not true. I already verified that through the doctor's office. She didn't get out of there until it's like 3:40.
3:40.
Yeah. So I don't know the exact time, but it could be 3:45, it could be 3:38. But she got, they verified all that through the doctor's office. You know? So, you know, and getting to the Applebee's, the knife, the DNA. Okay, I'm not worried about that stuff. There's nothing you can do to change any of that. I wish there is something that we could do to change that. There's nothing that you can do to change any of that. Those are historical facts. They will never change. The only thing that you can change is how your daughter's going to feel about you, how your wife is going to feel about you, how your father is going to feel about you, how your mother's going to feel about you, how Bruce and his family are going to feel about you. That's what you can change. And we're going to do that tonight. We're going to change that tonight. We're going to let them know the truth. Okay? Okay. Okay. Let's talk about what the mad thing was.
I don't know. I remember walking outside.
I'm sorry.
What?
I said, I'm sorry, I bumped your foot there.
Oh, I didn't even know. I don't remember what was going on.
Right. I don't remember what was going on. Okay.
I don't.
You know why? At times? Because psychologically, we want to block things out. Do you know why? Because it's not who you are. It's not the kind of person you are. You're never going to be that kind of person.
I thought I left. I don't know.
You do know. Do you know why you know? Because this is a very isolated thing in your life that's never happened before. And I will guarantee you, you will never, ever forget it.
But I don't understand.
It's like your first car. You know, it's a bad analogy, but people remember the first times of everything and anything. Your first kiss. Maybe your first encounter with a woman. You know, I don't want to get first interaction, you know, with a new car. Do you know why I remember that? Because it's the first time. You absolutely do remember everything. The biggest hurdle you have to overcome is the fear, the false expectations appearing real. If I tell everybody the complete truth, then, oh my gosh, you know, I'm never going to see this. That's not true. That's not true. You know, everybody will hate me. Everybody will think I'm a monster. No, that's not true. By not telling the truth, you will make people hate you. You will make people think, maybe that guy is a monster. He is a monster. Who could do something like that? He has to be a monster. It's not. You're a human being.
What I don't understand is there are never any bullets anywhere. I don't understand.
Well, she was shot. She was shot.
I mean, I didn't have any. I don't think I did.
Well, look,
I'm sorry, what? Oh,
she left. When she came in, she didn't have any bullet wounds in her. When she came in, she didn't have any stab wounds in her. When you left, she had the stab wounds, she had the shots, the wounds. She had the stab and the shooting wounds, okay? Maybe you didn't even recognize, you know what? Maybe you didn't even recognize that there was bullets in the gun. Maybe it was an accidental shooting. You know, people get mad, they point things, they shoot, they act like, you know, metaphorically they're speaking, oh, sometimes I'd like to shoot you. And maybe it was an accident. And then it was like, oh my gosh, what have I done? You know, and then, you know, frustration kicks in. Is that what happened? Was it, you know, you got mad and you pointed with, once again, it comes back to the non-intentional. I didn't even know there were bullets in the gun when I shot it. And the next thing I know, she's falling down. And now I'm panicking.
I don't.
And maybe that's what the stabs are. Maybe they were a cover-up for that. I don't know. That's scared. That's being afraid. It's okay to be afraid. It shows you're a human being. It shows the difference. You know the difference between right and wrong. And you realize, oh my gosh, this is a mistake. This is not who I am. There's nothing wrong with that. That's who we are. And that's what we need to show Aurora. That you're a human being who loves her very much. Because you want to say to her, look, honey, Dad made a mistake. And he wanted to correct it immediately. And I'll even show you is, on that day when I went down and talked with them, I told the truth. And that's what you need to always do. And that's what I'm going to teach you in your life to do. I'm not going to give you idle words to live by. I'm going to be the man that I am and show you. Because that's just like you're a man with your hands. You like seeing with your hands. You like doing with your hands. You're going to be doing the same thing with your actions. You're not going to be one of these talking mouthpieces that show, don't do as I do, just say it, just do as I say. You're not that kind of guy, right? Good.
I'm so.
Did you, when you pointed that gun at her, did you know there were bullets in it?
I don't even remember having a gun, sir.
No, she was shot. I can't dispute that, and I'm not trying to be flippant on it, but we have to talk honest, okay? You have to talk honest. If you didn't know there were bullets in there, let us know that. Hey, I was mad, and metaphorically, I picked up the gun, you know, I'm just showing her that I was frustrated, and I didn't, and it went off. Okay. You know why? Because we get mad, and we don't always control it. It's called a sympathetic response. It's part of your nervous system. Did you know there were bullets in the gun?
I don't know. I don't
Okay. Did it surprise you when you pulled the trigger and it just went off? Did it shock the hell out of you?
I don't remember that. I remember coming back inside. I remember walking outside. I was walking into the house. I was mad.
Because you were mad, right?
I don't
Okay.
know. Because I don't.
I walked in.
I don't remember what happened. I'm scared.
Right.
I don't. Oh my God.
So, I walked in and outside the house. I was scared. I was mad. The only way we move forward is by addressing the issue. In the psychology side of the house, they have a statement. You have to feel to heal. Do you know what that means?
No.
It means you have to go back and tell the truth. And you know what the truth will help, will cause you to do? To feel the pain. You have to feel to heal.
I'm so confused.
Right. You're mad, something's going in, you're walking in and out of the house. Every guy's done it. Gets frustrated, gets angry, and something gets said, and maybe you didn't know there was bullets in the gun. I don't know that. Only you really know that. Or maybe you did and you didn't think, hey, I'm just going to shoot next to her, or I'm going to shoot off to the side. You know, I'm just going to scare her. I'm just sick and tired of being demeaned.
I would never point the gun.
Okay.
I just don't know. I don't know what I did. I really don't.
As you said, I walked in and out of the house numerous times. I was mad and scared. Was it? It's because what happened, which caused you to be scared. And it's because you were mad is what caused the action to happen. That's the driving thing. Being mad causes an action. Those gunshots, those stab wounds. And it creates what? A realization of what? Oh my gosh, what have I done? This is not who I am. This is not how I'm raising my daughter. This is not the husband I want to be. This is not the son-in-law I want to be. But I can't change the past. There's nothing I can do to change that. So the choices are, we talk through it, we try to understand, or we try to run away. But running away isn't going anywhere. It will absolutely not serve you. It will not serve Aurora. It will not serve Anna. It's not going to serve your relationship. There's only one thing that you can do that will serve them, and that's by being truthful. Being truthful and finishing this letter with, I love you, Dad, because that's what you are.
All I remember is walking into the house. I don't know what happened next.
Right. Well, we know you were mad, and at times you were scared, okay? Usually scared is a realization of what? Something happened. I pushed something, I did something, and it makes us frightened. So some action caused you to be frightened. And what is the action that resulted? She was stabbed, she was shot, okay? That's the action that caused you to be scared. Do you know why you were scared? Because you're not a psychopath. You're not a monster. You're not somebody who doesn't care about anybody. You're somebody who does, just the opposite. And it would scare everybody. Because you do. You have a wonderful fiance. You have an outstanding daughter. You have parents who love you. I'm not saying that it's always the easiest life. You have a family-in-law who's taken you in the last 2 years. But you know what? You stood up. You impregnated her daughter, their daughter. You love her. You care about her. Don't let that die. Don't let that. And there's only one way that you can do that. And that's by telling them the truth. You owe them the truth. Okay? Think of the pain they're in right now. Because they don't know. They're wondering, what happened? What happened? What, Anna? Did I marry a monster? What's going on? Tell her the truth. She deserves the truth. If you really love her, like you say, if she is the light of your life, don't you think she has the right to know?
I don't know what happened.
You do know what happened. You absolutely know what happened. You were mad. Mad caused this action. Then you were scared. As you said, I walked out of the house a number of times. I was mad. I was scared. Well, you get mad for a reason. Mad causes a reaction. The reaction was a stabbing, a shooting, these injuries. Scared is, oh my gosh, I can't believe I did this. This is not who I am. It's not who you are. How do we want to tell Aurora? How do you want to tell her? You're her father.
I don't understand.
Do you want to tell her, I don't understand what I did? I'm sorry?
No, I don't understand why I can't. I don't understand.
You can remember. You know.
I remember
I understand what you're saying, but you do. You don't. Because you know why I know that? Because you're not a person that would habitually do something like this.
What does habitually mean? I'm sorry.
It's a continuous process. They always do it. They're pathological. It's a serial matter, you know. I'm a mean, horrible person. I like to hurt people. And this is a continuation. I injure animals. I'm emotionally abusive as a husband, as a father. You know, I use prostitutes. I use drugs. I take money from the family to do what? For my own pleasure. I don't care. That's a habitual offender. That's an habitual emotional abuser. You're not that.
Oh, shit. My fucking head hurts.
I understand.
Oh, God.
How do we tell her, Laura? How do we tell her? How do you want me to tell her? I love you so much. I love your mother so much. I'm so sorry for doing something bad. I was mad, but this is not who I am. I want you to know you are my whole world. I loved Melinda just like you. I made a mistake. This mistake is not who I am. Do you want me to tell her that?
Oh,
Do you want to ask her for forgiveness?
I don't remember hurting her.
No, Aurora. Do you want to ask Aurora's forgiveness? Because she's going to get frustrated and angry when she's at a certain age. Why'd Dad do that? You know? And you know what she's going to have? She's going to have this letter. Look, my dad told me he made a mistake. He asked me for my forgiveness. And you know what? You're going to be always in communication, if not with her at some point. Do you want me to write down, I ask you for your forgiveness, Aurora? I know you may not understand at this point, but you will as you grow. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll write that down. I ask you for your forgiveness. I know you don't understand right now. But as you grow, so will my love. Okay, tell me if this is adequate or reflects your feelings. It says here, this mistake is not who I am. I ask you for your forgiveness. I know you don't understand right now, but as you grow, so does my love. What's that? Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't remember what happened. I don't remember what happened after that.
No. No.
I don't think.
You're at the house, you're mad. You said you were mad, okay? And then you're in and out of the house. And then you're scared. Okay? So that's when that happened. That's when the fight or the situation happened with Melinda, you know. That's when she got shot or stabbed, and everything else was after being mad. What I want to do is even go before the mad. What was the cause in your understanding of being mad? What did she do? Was she trying to cancel the marriage? Was she trying to tell you you were gonna not be a good father or a good husband? Was she making some derogatory comments about you or your family? Something happened. Because I don't want people to say, oh, he's a cold-blooded killer. I don't believe that at all. That's not you, is it?
No.
Okay.
But I can't. I was getting ready. I was super pissed off. I was throwing stuff.
Okay.
And
I was pissed off. Okay.
I thought I was
Throwing things.
I could have swore it was there. I don't understand.
What's that? I was pissed off. I was throwing things.
No, I was throwing things in the bag, the baby bag. I was trying to get the baby packed.
Okay.
But I don't.
Into the baby bag.
I thought
I was pissed. I was throwing things in a baby bag. And you know what? You're adequately explaining your anger. You know, I was pissed off. I was throwing things in. I know, I can see that in my head right now. Putting things in. God darn it, I'm getting the frick out of here. You know, you wanted to leave. But something was said that caused a reaction, you know. And maybe you went and put the baby in the car. Maybe you did. You put your stuff in the car, and then something was said and you came back. And in a momentary point of insanity, or a momentary loss of control. You know, with no intention of hurting or killing, but just to shut her up or stop the pain that she's causing. You clearly explained that you were mad, and this is very, you know, I was pissed off. That lets me know exactly what you feel. I know exactly what as you are, as a husband, as a father. You know, I was throwing things in the bag. Let me tell you something. There's a few times I've been really angry with my wife, and I'm leaving the house. And you know what she said to me a couple of times?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sure, that's a really grown-up response. What does that do? That stops me in my track. And you know what that does worse? It makes me more mad. And you know what I've responded sometimes with? So you think that's gonna frickin' make me not wanna leave you? Not wanna get out of the house? Because you just now wanna try to control my emotional state? Sometimes women do that. And if Melinda was like that, let us know. There's nothing wrong with saying what she did. It doesn't make you any less of a man, any less of a father, any less of a husband by letting her daughter or her granddaughter know, hey look, you know, she did this. That doesn't justify my response. That's why I'm writing this letter, to let you know how sorry I am. But this is the real facts of the situation. We had a blowout, we had a knockdown, and I overreacted, and I'm so sorry for that. Well, let's talk about the things we do know for sure. I'm at the house. I'm mad. I'm pissed. I'm trying to go in and out. I'm throwing things in the diaper bag. And then I'm scared.
I don't think.
What's that?
I don't know. I don't think I would do that, but it's.
Right. You wouldn't normally do that. But in this situation, because of this, things just don't happen out of the blue, meaning, um, you just don't just wake up and everything's all peachy keen and say, I'm gonna go stab somebody, I'm gonna go shoot somebody. You don't just do that. There's a reason why some things happen. I'm not saying your response was the best response in the world. I'm not saying that. I'm saying, just like you said, I was pissed off. I was throwing things in the baby bag. That shows me your emotional state. And you know what happens when you get really angry and really frustrated. Sometimes we do stupid things. And that's what I want to be able to show is, hey, this was a stupid thing. It wasn't an intentional action. It wasn't a pre-planned, meditated thing. I don't want people to think that. They want to think that. You know, some people actually articulate it. Hey, maybe he concocted all this burglaries the year before because he's been thinking about this for a year and a half.
I remember someone being there. I don't understand.
That's okay. The whole point is we don't want people to control the situation. We don't want to make it easy for people to judge you, to condemn you. We want to show the real you. We want to show the real picture. And the real picture is there was an argument. There was something that was said to you that made you pissed, that made you throw things into that baby bag, that made you come and go out of the house. Things that she kept saying and kept doing. And you made a bad choice. It wasn't the best choice. We have to be honest about that. You know, you wouldn't be sitting here otherwise. Okay? So, but what we don't want is, we don't want other people to control what your daughter thinks of you, what your fiance thinks of you, what your mom and dad think of you. We don't want that. And you know who can control that? You. You're the only one. And how do you do that? One word. Being what? Starts with a T.
No.
By being truthful. Exactly.
What I don't understand is I remember so vividly going to the gas station, going to that.
Let's not talk, I don't care about the gas station. What we need to talk about is what happened in that house. That's just ancillary stuff. That's just other stuff. We don't need to talk about DNA on the knife. You can talk about DNA all you want. That still doesn't explain what happened in the house. That doesn't help people understand to be able to differentiate between a cold, calculated, purposeful thing or something that got out of hand. So, gas station, DNA, time record. That's jury. They can play with that all they want. What they don't know is why it happened. And this is the opportunity that we have together to talk about why it's going to happen. Why it did happen. Because this is one of the only opportunities that you'll have to talk to somebody about it. And that's why it's important for love of your daughter. You love your daughter, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You love your wife. Okay. And by letting them know now what happened and why. You don't have to get into graphic details.
I don't understand.
You were mad. You were pissed. Something Melinda did, right?
I think so, yes.
Okay. So, okay, I'm going to write down, Melinda caused me to be mad and or pissed. But how do you want me to say that to Aurora? This was a mistake. That's not who I am. I ask your forgiveness. I know you don't understand right now, but as you grow, you will. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not blaming I'm not blaming Melinda, but she caused me to be so angry or so mad and pissed. And that's what caused this. Is that a fair?
No.
Okay, well, you told me earlier Melinda caused me to be mad and pissed. How about this? I want you to know the truth. I got upset by what Melinda did. That doesn't justify my actions. Lets her know the truth, though, right? Is that fair? What's that? You got angry because of what she did, right? That's what you said to me.
Yeah.
Is that fair to tell Aurora that?
Yeah.
Okay. I got upset by what Melinda. What would you rather have me say? Melinda said or Melinda did?
I don't know what happened. I don't know what she did. I don't know.
Well, she did something that caused you, as you said, to become pissed off, to be angry, mad and pissed. And we need to let Aurora know that. If that's the truth.
It is, but I
Okay.
thought it was gone. I'm so confused.
Okay. I got upset by what Melinda said or did. Which is more representative that you would want to tell Aurora?
I don't know. I don't know what was said. I'm so fucking confused.
Okay. So it was said. I don't know what was said. I don't remember what was said. Okay. So it was the words that caused the anger. Not, she didn't attack you, did she? Or maybe she did. That's an action. That's what I'm trying to differentiate. Did she do something, or is it just the words? Words are very painful. Words are way more cutting. Broken bone, you know the old saying, sticks and stones break my bones, but words will never hurt me? That's a bunch of garbage. Because I've broken bones in my body, guess what? They've all healed back. But I can remember back all the way to 4th and 5th and 6th grade and being chastised or laughed at or ridiculed. And that's an emotional pain that never goes away. And sometimes I actually chuckle to myself thinking, I can't believe you frickin' still remember that. Grow the hell up. But it's who we are. Because emotional pain is very painful.
I can't remember. I'm trying.
That's fine. That's fine. So,
Sure.
okay. So how do you want to say to Aurora, I got upset by Melinda's words? Is that fair?
I don't know if it was words though. I can't.
Okay. Well, look, I'll put down words.
I don't know what's wrong.
Hang on. Words, and then or actions, and I'll underline it to say we need to talk. We need to ultimately make a call, or it could actually be both. But we'll when we proofread it and get it better before we sign it, we'll get a better understanding. I got upset by Melinda's words. By Melinda's words or actions, and then I'll underline it so we can decide what we need to do, which best represents the truth. Here's what we got so far. I love you so much. I love your mother so much. I'm so sorry for doing something bad. I was mad, but this is not who I am. I want you to know you are my whole world. I love Melinda just like you. I made a mistake. This mistake is not who I am. I ask you for your forgiveness. I know you don't understand right now, but as you grow, you will. I got upset by Melinda's words, or I gotta underline that because I'm not sure yet.
I don't understand why I don't.
Well, it's not easy, okay? It's not who you are. And you're still, honestly, you're afraid of that. I get it. I wouldn't want somebody to think, oh my gosh, I don't want people to think I'm a monster. I don't want my daughter to think I'm a monster. I'll guarantee, the way you stop your daughter from thinking you're a monster or letting anybody pollute her mind is by telling her the truth. Because she'll always know. She'll always have this. Because there's always going to be an asshole out there, or a jerk, or somebody who's going to make fun of her, or make fun of your family, or make some snide remark, because that's what kids do. You can stop that by telling her the truth now. By not telling her the truth, you're subjecting her to that doubt that other people want to put in her mind, that want to contaminate her mind with. That want to put that emotional pain on her. You have the ability to stop that by doing one thing: telling the truth.
Yeah, I am telling the truth. I just can't remember. I don't.
You know why that's not true? And I'm not being a jerk to you. Do you know why that's not true?
No.
Because your psychophysiological response doesn't show that at all.
I don't understand. I was
Look at this.
in
Look at this. Number 5. Did you cause any of Melinda's injuries? Look at that huge response. That's because you remember. That's the only reason you have those kind of responses. Hang on. Everything's going on. Again, look at this response. It's humongous. That's because you respond. That's because you remember. Because your body's saying, when that question was, did you cause any of Melinda's injuries? Your body's going, excuse my language, oh shit. Now I've got to go back and think about that horrible day, that horrible situation. And in the polygraph world, what bothers a person, it stays with a person. Look at this. Look at a huge response. It's not because you don't remember. You absolutely do remember. Because it was a horrific day. It was the worst day in your life. You know why it's the worst day in your life? Because it's not who you are. What's that?
I left the house, but I don't know.
You know. You know. Sometimes when people make mistakes, they want to try to minimize it. They want to, that's a normal part of who we are. I want to cover it up. I wish it would go away. Part of that comes from a person wishing it would go away. Another part of it comes from a diabolical person who would say, I'm trying to cover this up so I can do this again. So sometimes, but the only truthful people, the only way people truly know is being truthful. Otherwise, you leave yourself sitting out with, well, then he did this to cover this up. Then he did this to cover this up. Then he did this. And as a matter of fact, I bet you he called the husband and set the husband up to go over there because he was trying to figure out what it was going to go on or how we could get rid of something. That would be a diabolical person. Yeah. That doesn't mean Or, you know what that could be? A person who's in panic mode. A person who's never done this in his life before and is just freaking out. Oh my God, what happened here? This is not who I am. This is not me. I have a daughter. I'm supposed to get married. My life is changing dramatically. You know, and inside your head it's going freaking crazy. Just like your physiology on the charts goes crazy. Which person is it?
Sign should stay quiet. Don't let the patrol hear.
I would never hurt someone like that on purpose.
Exactly. Let's tell Aurora that. Aurora.
I'm having trouble remembering things.
We're getting there. I would never
I don't understand.
purposely hurt Melinda like that. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And then that's why it was a mistake. It was not planned out. Tell her that. Tell her the truth. I got mad. I overreacted. I did, as you said, I'm sorry for doing something bad. I got mad. I didn't mean for her to die. I didn't mean for her to get hurt. Is that true?
What?
You would never mean for Melinda to die or to get hurt, right?
No.
Okay. Well, here, Aurora, I would never purposely hurt. I would never purposely hurt Melinda like that. I never intended her to die. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. I never intended her to die. I don't know if you want to put this part in there. Ultimately, we got to talk about this part, and we can. You know, between you and I, we can. I don't know if you want to put this with Aurora, because it might be a little too graphic, is, you know, about the stabbings or the shootings. You know, we have to address that so we can move forward. Hey, look, you know, obviously you were angry. I get it. It caused, you never had any intention for her to show it's not a premeditated thing. It's not a planned out thing. You know, I got mad and I shot and stabbed her, or I shot her, or I stabbed her, or I pulled out a gun. I didn't think there was any bullets in it, and then it did, and it went off. You know, I didn't realize it went off, and it did. Sometimes we don't feel, you know, the trigger. You know, I don't know what kind of trigger pull those weapons have, or the weapon had. It could have a, you know, you ever fire a weapon with a 2 or 3 pound trigger pull or less? It's frickin' hair trigger, you know? And if people don't have a lot of good shooting discipline, you can put a lot of pressure on very quickly, you know? In a what? Agitated, frustrated, angry moment. I never intended to shoot her. Maybe the gun just popped. It just went off. It went off because ultimately you pulled the trigger. You and I both know that. But if your intention was not to shoot her, I was just so mad when I grabbed the gun, it went off, and I didn't plan on shooting her. Then let her know that. Melinda got shot. That's never going to go away. That's never going to change. Tell her the truth. Is that a fair representation?
Yes.
Okay. So when I got mad and I didn't intend to shoot her, the gun just went off. Is that? Do you want me to tell her? Is that how you want me to phrase it to her?
I'm sorry, what?
I said, is that how you want me to phrase it to Aurora? When I shot her, I didn't intend to shoot her. It just went on. Probably because I was so mad and didn't realize it. Is that fair? Or was it an intentional thing?
It was not intentional.
Okay. Here, let me read this. Okay. When I shot Melinda, I didn't realize it because I was so mad. I put down this based on our discussion. When I shot Melinda, I didn't realize it because I was so mad. Meaning, I never intended. And tell her that I never intended to kill her.
I don't know though. I don't know what
You don't know if you intended to kill her?
No, I never would hurt her.
Okay.
I'm just
So-
saying I don't know what happened. But
Well, we talked. You said when I shot her, or I didn't realize it went off, as opposed to intentionally shooting her.
I can't remember what I did.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. Let me give you a few seconds here because I have to use the boys' room. Do you need the boys' room?
No, I'm okay.
You okay? Okay. I want you to think about the shooting because let's get that taken care of. You know, because we don't want people to think, unless it's the truth, you know, I purposely went out and shot her. Yeah, I was so mad. I was so mad that I didn't realize the gun went off. Okay, that's because you're so mad. Two things. I want you to think about the shooting. Let's talk about that. Get that. Was the shooting go off and when you're pointing the gun, are you saying, you know, I'm so mad I'm going to shoot her, or I'm just so mad and I didn't realize the gun went off because you didn't realize your own strength and the adrenaline and everything going on. But I also want to talk about what caused the whole situation. People need to understand that because we haven't addressed that yet. And if we don't address it, you know, we don't want wild speculation. Does that make sense? Two things, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to take a small break. I'll be right back. I just have to use the boys' room.
And not all your candy?
Let me see here.
God.
See if the detective's there. Oh, thanks.
All right. Yeah, Abuelita, it is like pulling teeth here. This was like the Mr. Rogers brought in to interrogate him. We're going to write a letter. Okay? Let's write a letter. I will type it. I'm going to help you. You know, but this guy, it's what he seems like. I cannot picture this guy even having the energy to commit this act, much less go in and out of the house multiple times. I don't even know how he thought he could pull something like this off. It's just crazy. But yeah. But before we watch we still have another part, K-Love. Don't think that's the end, okay? But before we do that, I'd like to see what this call that we have. Well, let me see when this is from. I have to find out who Charles Chase is. Who is Charles Chase? Well, yeah, it looks like it's from 6/4. Okay, I don't think we have to go to that one yet. Okay, so let's go to. But before we do that, I know I'm driving you nuts. I want to go back to the report for a minute, just to see about. Hang on. Not that report. That's not the report I want. Where's my report? Okay. I just want to look at something really quick now. Okay, hang on one second. All right, let me see here. Trying to see where they say they found that camera. Everybody here and that I see had no cameras. Okay, now he advised me there were cameras on the rec building off of Golden Star. Oh, so I guess they checked that rec building to see that the father was there. And I want to see where they said that playground. See, there's like, oh, no cameras, no cameras. It's got no cameras, no cameras. Brew kettle. Let's see, they tried to get the surveillance. They got from the CVS. They probably got it from Walmart too, right? Aunt confirmed Jeff was driving the pickup truck with nobody else but the baby. He did not bring anything but the baby into the house. Aunt asked why he did not call for help from her. He stated the phone fell under the seat and he thought he didn't have it and found it later. Jeff brought up that attempted burglary, but he said that the dog bit that guy and there was a pool of blood, right? Pool of blood. I'm looking for Stoltz. Is this Stoltz? I want the Stoltz. This is the interview. This was the short-haired detective that did all the interviews prior to this guy. So let me see. Anna stated that was... All right, let's read this right now. All right. The medical examiner's office. Dr. Michael Maguiglia advised me Melinda was shot 3 times and stabbed a minimum of 35 times. This guy doesn't have this energy, to me, to do this 35 times. A good Bob Ross, yeah, maybe. Let's listen to this now. Dr. M, I'm calling it Dr. M, stated Melinda sustained a penetrating gunshot wound to each of the lower right chest, right axilla under the armpit and right upper back. He stated the gunshot wound to Melinda's right upper back was the most severe as it lacerated her aorta, esophagus, and both lungs. He said there was no black powder or stipple wounds. He stated the 3 bullets were recovered from Melinda's body and stated they were partially jacketed and medium in caliber. Dr. M stated that Melinda sustained stab wounds of her back and right flank. He stated some of the wounds reached a depth of 4 inches, causing injuries of her lungs, spleen, diaphragm, and liver. He said the majority of the wounds were oblique and traveled upwards and to the right. He stated Melinda was most likely lying down and was not pulling away when she was being stabbed. He stated she did not have any defensive injuries or injuries of her head. Dr. M stated Melinda's injuries resulted in a lot of internal bleeding. He stated it was difficult to determine whether or not the edges of the weapon were smooth or serrated, but stated it appeared to have 2 sharp edges and a width of approximately 1 inch. I reviewed surveillance video from Walmart. Bruce's car could be seen driving and parking in the lot at 5:28. A copy of his receipt showed he purchased underwear, socks, and a pad folio at 5:48. Zoom cloud servers will upgrade shortly. Well, that's not going to make any difference. Okay. Mendes responded to the brew kettle and was advised their surveillance cameras were not working on 10/23. Okay. Okay, this must have been the father's car. It says it was processed. Nothing of evidentiary value was found. What happened? Hold on, I gotta get my paper. Can you still... Hi, Amy, you're late. You're late. Okay, hold on. I've got to get my file. I don't know where my file went. My file went bye-bye. Wait, maybe it's just right here. Come on, Mr. File. Oh my goodness, where's my mouse? Oh my gosh. My Zoom restarted, but it said, oh man, a Shevitz. There it is. Okay. Can you still hear me? Can everyone still hear me? Please put a 1 in the chat if you can still hear me, because my Zoom just restarted and I want to make sure that you can hear me. Put a 1 up in the chat, because I don't want to read this any further if you're not around. I don't want to read it if you're not around. Hello. Can we get some 1s if you can hear me? A number 1, you can put in the number 1 or you can type it out. O-N-E. Can we get a 1 in the chat if you can hear me? There we go. Thank you. Thank you, Murder of Crows. Hi. Okay. So let's go back here. So then, did this bring me all the way back to the beginning? Yeah, this should be, yeah, here we were. Okay. So they looked in his car. This is the father, Bruce, and everything was negative for blood. And so that's the reason he was not a suspect anymore. And then Special Agent Wilson processed the Chevrolet Aveo. That's the daughter's car. And Anna wasn't a suspect because she was working all day. And then this was a recorded interview of Bruce on 10/26. This was the second interview after they found out his alibi checked out. He was at the Walmart after they checked his car was fine. And then they brought Jeffrey back, okay? So let's see what they said about Jeffrey's second time there, okay? This is all Bruce. I spoke to Jeffrey. Bruce stated Jeffrey had been staying in the loop. Okay, I spoke to Jeffrey on the phone. He agreed to be interviewed again. I conducted the interview with Jeffrey. Let's see, we're just going to cut. We saw this. We're just going to cut to the chase. He stated he had that $5,000 IRA. Jeffrey said Melinda was home for approximately 30 minutes before leaving for the doctor. Okay, I want to just get to if they say anything about Jeffrey, about their thoughts on him. Okay, we didn't see Anna's. I don't think we saw Anna's second. I think Anna has a second. Jeffrey stated Melinda was wonderful. Maybe not. Okay. Let's just go over here and. We're trying to see if there really are cameras. Okay, here we go. Surveillance. Oh, here it is true. It is true, and it happened after that second interview. Deerfield Lake Homeowners Association President Brandy Fink advised the Strongsville Police Department of surveillance cameras at their clubhouse and playground that may be of assistance. In this case, Detective Zurison responded and viewed the footage from 10:19 and did not observe anyone breaking into the residence as Jeffrey reported. Well, what about that? But why didn't we look for the date? Okay. Detective Bartlett responded to Skyview Lodge and spoke to the manager, Linda Hudson. Miss Hudson advised him Melinda was highly involved in the wedding planning, but Jeffrey and Anna seemed disinterested. She stated Jeffrey's credit card was declined 14 times. She stated Jeffrey on one occasion made what she believed to be a fake phone call to his credit card company to find out why his card was being declined. She stated it was obvious he wasn't speaking to anyone and the call was fake. Ms. Hudson stated she sent an email to Melinda on 10/18/2017 informing her she was going to have to cancel the wedding because of no payment. She stated Anna called later the same day, told her Jeffrey and his mother were coming to the hall on 10/22 to pay for the wedding, but she stated it was Melinda and Anna who came to the hall on 10/22 to pay for it. She stated Anna told her Jeffrey didn't come because he broke his hand in a car accident. So that was the car accident. That's why he couldn't go to the hall. That was the reason for that one. We were wondering why, right? It was so he didn't have to go to the hall. He broke his hand, but it was never his hand, and had to go to the hospital. She stated Melinda was excited about the wedding and didn't want to see it canceled. She stated Melinda used her credit card to pay for $3,000 of it and wrote a personal check in the amount of $3,592.47 to pay the remaining balance. Okay, so now they're talking about the break-in. At no time did we ever observe anybody attempting to break in the home when they were looking at this security camera footage. Now, the same detective and Detective Strong were watching the surveillance footage from Deerfield Lake for the date of 10/23. That's the day Melinda was killed. Jeffrey's father asked for the key to the LeSabre because Jeffrey parked it partially in the middle of the driveway and it was in the way. Detective Strong and I responded to the Scullin residence where Mr. and Mrs. Scullin consented to a search of the LeSabre. The search did not reveal anything of evidentiary value. In conversation, I asked Mr. Scullin about the accident. Jeffrey said he was in on 10/22, but Mr. Scullin stated he didn't know anything about it. He stated Jeffrey told him the scratch on his forehead was from a piece of wood. I later spoke to Jeffrey's mother, Laverne Wilson, on the phone. Mrs. Wilson stated she did not have any plans to meet Melinda on 10/23 or any other time during the week. She stated she didn't know how many people were invited to the wedding and stated Melinda was handling most of the wedding planning. She stated she didn't know how much the wedding cost, and contrary to what Jeffrey stated, she stated she wasn't contributing any money to it. Okay, let's see. Investigator Howell advised me a preliminary analysis of Jeffrey's phone revealed he solicited services. Oh no! Oh no! Look at this. Investigator, oh my gosh. Here we have it. See, you got to read the reports. You have to read them. Investigator Howell advised me a preliminary analysis of Jeffrey's phone revealed he solicited services from the website Grindr, a social networking site for homosexual and bisexual men, and from the website Backpage, a classified advertising site that is known by law enforcement to have dating and massage subsections frequently used for prostitution. Oh my gosh. Maybe the mother found out about that. Yikes. Wow. That's a twist. They haven't told him about that in his interview. Why not? Okay, investigator Jason Howe later provided a thumb drive containing the text and phone and call logs contained within Bruce, Jeffrey, and Melinda's phones. The logs indicate Jeffrey was not truthful about the time Melinda came home from her doctor appointment, about the time he left the house, and about the time he arrived at his aunt's house. Right, Karen? Furthermore, they indicate Jeffrey was not truthful about not having his phone available when his truck ran out of gas, as there's frequent activity between the hours in question, 3 to 6. Jeffrey previously stated Bruce and he didn't text or call each other much, but he sent Bruce 2 messages and called him 7 times on 10/23/2017 between 5:33 and 7:19. Due to the volume of messages and calls, only the most relevant messages and calls from 10:22 to 10:23 are listed below to establish an electronic timestamp. Okay. 10:22, the day before the murder, 7:23 p.m. Jeffrey to Melinda. Mom wants to meet you for lunch or dinner or something tomorrow. 7:23, Jeffrey to Melinda. That okay with you? 8:22 p.m. Melinda to Jeffrey. Okay and yes. So he lied about that, right? Because she couldn't do it, right? Okay, the day of the murder, 2:44 p.m. Melinda to Jeffrey. If I'm not back by 3, can you get Kyle off the bus? Slow here. 3:07, Jeffrey to Melinda. Kyle is safe and sound. Upstairs. Ran straight up. 3:27, Melinda to Jeffrey. Questioned, LOL, of course. Last message from Melinda to Jeffrey. Aunt Jean to Jeffrey. What time? Jeffrey to Aunt Jean. 4:45 sounds good. Melinda to Bruce. Meet me at Brew Kettle. Bruce to Melinda. Okay. Bruce to Melinda. I'm still at work since I came in late. Bruce to Melinda. We were at Brew Kettle, so there's 2. Look at that. That's Bruce. Sorry. We were at Brew Kettle. 4:54, Jeffrey to Aunt Jean. Trying to get the baby, will be there soon. 5:35, Jeffrey calls Aunt Jean for 34 seconds. 5:38, Jeffrey to Melinda. Are you coming back? We got to go to Applebee's, like right now. Jeffrey to Anna. Can you call your mom, please? Jeffrey to Anna. She isn't answering me. Bruce to Melinda. I ran to Walmart to get a couple of things. Jeff has the money now and has a question about the wedding. 5:59, Bruce to Melinda. I'm heading home. 6:14, Bruce to Melinda. At rec center. 6:20. See, why did he say he's headed home? And then 15 minutes later, where was he in those 15 minutes? I don't know. 6:20, Jeffrey to Bruce. See you at Applebee's. Just left my aunt. See you there. Jeffrey to Anna. Here. Jeffrey to his mother. Should I give them permission to test me for stuff or no? He asked his mom that instead of his dad, who's a former police officer. I thought he was, right? Okay. I spoke to Jeffrey's aunt. We got this one. We heard that call. And let's go to here. Kyle's bus driver. Oh, we spoke to the doctor who treated Melinda. He advised Melinda was in good spirits that day and excited for Jeffrey and Anna's wedding. He further advised Detective Bartlett that Melinda was excited for Jeffrey and Anna to move into their new home. Detective Bartlett spoke to Kyle's bus driver, Debbie French. Ms. French advised him Kyle is scheduled to be dropped off home at 3:02 and stated she was on time, even running a few minutes early on 10:23. She stated due to Kyle's handicap, he is required to be released to an adult, but stated that no one came outside to take custody of him on 10:23. So she had the school call the resident. She stated Jeffrey exited the residence after the call was placed and took custody of Kyle. She stated everything appeared normal to her. Okay. Ms. Hudson provided a written statement in which she further detailed some of the events leading up to 10:22 when Melinda paid for the wedding in full. She stated Jeffrey promised to bring cash to her several times. However, he never did. She stated Jeffrey told her he was having problems with his credit card because the loan on the house he purchased was in the process of closing. She stated Melinda told her people tried to break into her house the past couple of weeks. She stated Jeffrey called her on 10:25 and told her he wanted to cancel the wedding and wanted a refund. Wow. Jeffrey called her on 10:25. She stated Bruce later called and inquired about a refund as well. Ms. Hudson also provided a copy of the record of payments, a copy of the check Melinda wrote, and copies of the failed credit card transaction. Okay, the detective and I completed watching surveillance for Deerfield Lane on 10:23. Now let's listen to what happened the day of the murder. Do you think he killed Melinda before Kyle got home? 4:09, an unknown male exits the rear of the garage and briefly walks to the resident's shed and then re-enters the garage. Now, she almost said it. They said to him a neighbor's shed, did they? Unknown person, 4:11, lets dog out of the rear sliding glass door and chains dog to a leash. Unknown person lets dog back into the house through the rear sliding glass door at 4:24. At 4:58, an unknown person sticks their head out of the rear sliding glass door. At 5:22, an unknown person between bushes. At 5:33, a dog exits through the rear sliding glass door. At 6:20, Kyle exits the house through the rear sliding glass door. At 6:28, Kyle re-enters the house through the rear sliding glass door. At 8:09, unknown person can be seen inside the home by the rear sliding glass door. Okay. They were given, to search her backyard and shed. Mrs. Laufman's son unlocked the shed for them, and nothing of evidentiary value was found. None of the residents spoke to saw Jeffrey's disabled truck, because it never was disabled there. Let me see. They got Melinda's visit. Okay, hold on. No, it can't be because she got home at 3:47. Melinda arrived at the office at 2:07 and left at 3:47. Detective Bartlett reviewed surveillance footage from the get-go on 10/23 and did not observe Jeffrey at the gas station between the hours of 4:30 to 6. Detective spoke to the Ohio Casino Commission. The commission advised him Bruce has an account, but stated there has not been any activity on his account since 9/27/2016. What is that about? Why would they even be the Ohio Casino Commission? Okay. Melinda's DNA was on the knife blade, and Jeffrey and Melinda's DNA was on the knife handle. An arrest warrant was obtained for Jeffrey. Jeffrey responded to the Strongsville Police Department at my request, at which time, so they already had his arrest warrant when he walked in for that interview that time, right? Jeffrey responded to SPD at my request, at which time Detective Sergeant Kravatis and I conducted a recorded interview of him. When asked if anything has changed since he and I last spoke, he stated that everyone went back to the Pleskovic residence to clean, and they noticed the hole in the cabinet, broken cups on the counter, and the laptops were gone. He stated his father went with them and was looking at everything. When asked when the first time he went back to the house was, he stated Anna, his father, and him went back on 10/29/2017, and stated Anna and he went to the house yesterday while Bruce and some others were cleaning the garage. When asked about the house he recently purchased, he stated he didn't know if they were going to get it now, and stated that they were trying to close on it, but still have to physically pay for it still. He stated the house was on Crown Point Parkway, but stated he didn't know the address. He stated Anna and he have looked at the house 3 times. When asked how much the house cost, he stated he thought it cost $160,000. He denied putting any money down on the house and stated that they have to get a loan for it. When asked what realtor he used, he said Scott something, and stated he found Scott on the Zillow application and didn't know what realty company he was associated with. Jeffrey stated Anna gave him 2 keys before he left Applebee's. He stated he tried to use both of them when Bruce and he returned, and neither of them worked. He stated that he said hi to Kyle when he unlocked the door, and stated Kyle loves Bruce and was excited to see him. When asked if Kyle likes him, he stated he likes me. He kind of likes me. I don't know. He goes in and out. Sometimes I feel he doesn't like me. When asked what Kyle did to make him feel like he didn't like him, he stated, in the weeks leading up to this, whenever I would walk in the room and sit next to him, he would get up and leave. It was kind of funny at first, but then it was like, dang, that sucks. Jeffrey stated he left the car on when Bruce and him returned from Applebee's because he didn't think he was going to be able to get in the house because he couldn't get in earlier. He stated he tried to get in the house even though the garage earlier through the garage using the code, but he stated it wouldn't open. He denied ever having a problem with the garage in the past. When asked why he went back to the house after visiting with his aunt, he stated he had gas on him from when he pumped his gas and from when he put gas in his car. When asked if he ever touched Melinda or gave her any kind of aid, Jeffrey stated that he shook her shoe but didn't notice the blood at first. He stated Bruce was kneeling down by Melinda's head. He stated he saw Bruce but didn't notice Melinda when he first came into the kitchen because he was more concerned about Aurora. Okay, let's see. And then they talked about this is when they confronted him about their surveillance cameras, yada, 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 right? We know all this. We watched this. Okay, on 11/1, then there's another recorded interview. He stated Melinda Okay, this is on 11/1, but this is actually, here it's listed as 10/31. It is. Okay. A recorded interview of Jeffrey. He stated Melinda must have went downstairs and got the gun. Oh, no, wait. Is this the one we just heard today? I'm getting so confused. No, this is the one from yesterday, right? Why am I getting so confused? No, this, okay. Yeah, because this guy wasn't there at this one today. He stated Melinda must have went downstairs and got the gun and knife after she came home from her doctor's appointment. He stated she put the gun and knife on the kitchen counter and asked him if there was anything he needed to tell her. He stated he assumed she was talking about the paternity papers that were downstairs and questioning whether or not he was really Aurora's father. He stated she told him he wasn't the father. Oh, did we all catch that yesterday with his mumbling? Because I didn't. Listen, he stated she told him he wasn't the father and told him he was a bad father. Jeffrey stated he took Aurora outside, put her in the trunk to leave, but stated he had to walk back inside to get his phone and wallet. He stated that Melinda continued to yell at him when he came back inside and stated that she picked up the gun and kind of pointed it at his feet, but stated she didn't point it at him and she wasn't holding it correctly. He stated she had something else in her hand and was only holding the gun with 3 fingers, but stated none of her fingers were on the trigger. Jeffrey stated he reached up and snatched the gun from Melinda and stated it just kind of went off. He stated everything was blurry after that and stated he thought that he kind of lost control. He stated he went downstairs afterwards and stated he thought he put the gun in his black work bag, but stated he didn't remember where he put the knife. He stated he left the house after he put that stuff away and stated he didn't think he had blood on him and denied changing clothes before leaving. Jeffrey stated he didn't think he checked on Melinda before leaving the house. He stated he didn't know where he shot her, but stated that he thought she was facing him when he did. He stated he thought Melinda kind of pushed him when he took the gun from her. When asked why he continued to shoot her, he said, "I don't understand." He stated he didn't remember how many times he shot Melinda and stated after a while everything got blurry. When asked if he knew how Melinda died, Jeffrey stated, "Me?" When asked if he knew what kind of injuries she sustained, he stated, "Just whatever I used." When asked what he used, he stated he saw on the news a gun and a knife were used, but stated he didn't remember using a knife. When asked why he transitioned from the gun to the knife, he stated, "That's what I don't know, don't understand." He denied remembering how many times he stabbed Melinda. He stated he looked at her and touched her leg and went back and her back after he came back upstairs. He stated he put the bag that the gun was in underneath the pool table or next to it and stated he moved the bag to the Le Sabre on either 10/29 or 10/30. When asked if he used Melinda's cell phone, Jeffrey stated, "No, I don't think I did. I might have, I don't know." He denied remembering sending Bruce a text message. When asked again if he may have used Melinda's phone, he stated, "No, I don't think so, but I could be wrong." Okay. Let's see. Jeffrey didn't have a response or a reaction when I told him I didn't believe he accidentally shot Melinda. When asked if it wasn't accidental, he stated, "I don't know. I've never hurt somebody. I don't know what happened." He stated everything after the first shot is almost like a dream, I guess. I don't know. When asked what he did remember doing, he stated he remembered shooting Melinda and going downstairs, but stated he didn't remember stabbing her. Okay. He didn't remember stabbing her. Jeffrey stated the gun belonged to his father, and he stated that, hang on a minute, and he stated that he has had it for a couple of months and stated it was unloaded. He stated that he had it because his father always brings guns in the house, and stated he didn't want his father to do that because his little sister was in the house. When I told him his father has a lot of guns and asked him how removing one of them would make a difference, he stated the gun reminded him of the one his father shot himself with once. When asked how removing one gun from his parents' house would make any difference, he stated he just didn't like it being there. Detective Stroud submitted the backpack, revolver, bullet casings, and sweatpants recovered from Jeffrey's vehicle to the medical examiner's office for analysis. Detective Stroud responded to Ohio Savings Bank and retrieved a DVD containing surveillance footage from 10/23. Someone called and advised me. He now remembered briefly going to the shed on 10/23. That was the neighbor that they thought was him. 11/2. The medical examiner's firearm and tool mark examiner, James Kusser, advised the 3 morgue bullets and the bullet recovered from the kitchen cupboard were fired by a Smith & Wesson revolver that was recovered in the Buick LeSabre. Detective Stroud and I reviewed surveillance footage from Ohio Savings Bank for the date of 10/23. Bruce arrived at work at 8:42 and left at 4:28. He was wearing the same clothes he wore to the recreation center and when SPD responded to his residence later the same day. Koenig and I met with classroom aide Mark Salzgiver and intervention specialist Jason Frederick at the Strongsville High School. Mr. Salzgiver and Mr. Frederick have worked closely with Kyle for the past few years. They showed Kyle a picture of Bruce and a picture of Jeffrey and a picture of a knife recovered from Jeffrey's truck. The pictures of Bruce and Jeffrey were shown to Kyle twice, and Kyle was asked, good, bad, and yes, no. Kyle smiled and verbalized Brucey when shown Bruce's picture both times. He did not respond when shown Jeffrey's picture the first time, and he grunted when shown his picture the second time. Mr. Frederick advised me Kyle does this when he's frustrated or when he doesn't want to do a task. Kyle did not have a discernible reaction when shown the picture of the knife. This case was presented to the grand jury, and Jeffrey was subsequently indicted on the following counts: aggravated murder with 1 and 3 year firearm specifications, murder with 1 and 3 firearm specifications, felonious assault with 1 and 3 year firearm specifications, 2 counts, tampering with evidence and making false alarms. A subpoena was issued for Melinda's medical records on 10/23. Megan sent me screenshots of a conversation she had with Melinda in which Melinda talks about Jeffrey not paying for the haul and how the house Jeffrey claimed to have purchased was still on the market and had its price reduced. Okay, so she knew about that as well. Let's see. Melinda was found pulseless, not breathing. Okay, she arrived at the hospital at 8:35 in full cardiac arrest and remained unresponsive. She was pronounced deceased at 8:49 p.m. She was released to the medical examiner at 3:53 a.m. Search warrant, got all that stuff. Let's see. Oh, let's look at this. 11:18. Bruce advised me. This is after. This is after Bruce. This is after the interviews we just saw. Bruce advised me while cleaning the garage he found a locked suitcase that belonged to Jeffrey. He stated he forcibly opened the suitcase and found a blue latex glove with 3 bullets in the fingers of the glove and found invitations to Anna's wedding shower. Wow, her wedding shower. He never mailed those either. Why would they give him that task? He further advised me Anna, Scott, and he found hidden property, 2 SD cards, and one of Jeffrey's backpacks in the area of the basement
where Jeffrey spent the majority of his time. He stated the family had always believed the property was stolen during the burglaries. He stated he also found a paternity test, several gun cases, and numerous CO2 cartridges in the backpack. Bruce stated they found lottery tickets, golf gift cards, and a plastic bucket containing Megan's birthday gifts in the crawl space in the basement. He stated his wallet containing his driver's license, Ohio Savings Bank Visa debit card, Amazon Visa card, Medical Mutual card, Dick's Sporting Goods gift card, and a Panera Bread and Speedway rewards cards was found wedged in between the wall and the steps. He stated that the lottery tickets belonged to him, while the gift cards and the bucket belonged to Megan. 11:20, this officer responded and took custody of that stuff. A subpoena was issued to the U.S. Bank for the records and activity of any open or closed accounts belonging to Jeffrey from 6/1/16 to 10/31/2017. I spoke to the Broward City School Supervisor of Maintenance and Custodial, Robert Vehest. Mr. Vehest advised me Jeffrey only worked part-time during the summer of 2015. Bruce completed another written statement in which he further detailed money, gifts, and gifts being stolen or hidden. He also stated Jeffrey showed him 5 unloaded handguns that Jeffrey had in his vehicle on 9/4/2017. He stated Melinda came outside and also saw them and told Jeffrey guns were not allowed in the house. Let me see something. Okay. 11:24. U.S. Bank responded to the subpoena. According to their records, Jeffrey had 4 different accounts between 6/20/16 and 10/2017. 3 of the accounts are closed. One was open as of 10/2017, but the account had a negative balance of $6.09. None of the accounts ever had balances of any significance. I guess he never had an IRA either, right? 11:27, a subpoena was issued to the Strongsville City School for Jeffrey's transcripts, attendance records, and disciplinary records. Strongsville City Schools responded to the subpoena. It appears Jeffrey withdrew from school on 8/1/2016, so he didn't even graduate high school. Okay, I thought 12/8/2017. Okay, Melinda's DNA was found on the knife blade. Melinda and Jeffrey's DNA was found on the knife's handle. Jeffrey's DNA was found on the gun grip, trigger, and barrel items. Blood stains A through G collected from the residence were matched to Melinda. The blood stain found on the passenger side armrest of Jeffrey's vehicle was not tested. The lab was notified of the omission and asked to test the blood stain. Anna completed numerous written statements documenting a number of incidents involving Jeffrey and her, which appeared to illustrate his propensity to lie, become easily angry, and apparently steal. The following are key points from Anna's statements. During high school, Jeffrey gave conflicting accounts of his father's shooting, telling her his father shot himself, the shooting was accidental, and that his father told police Jeffrey shot him because he hated Jeffrey. During high school, Jeffrey told Anna his family owned the towers at Falling Water. Yeah, isn't that where his father was supposedly shot himself? That's why I thought water towers. But during high school, Jeffrey told Anna his father used to tie him to a chair and beat him, and joked with their friends, asking them to help him kill his father. 2016, Anna found her missing key on Jeffrey's key ring. June of 2016, Jeffrey told Anna his grandmother from his mother's side, Wilson, left her house to him after she passed away, and he sold it for $80,000. January of 2017, Anna's missing wallet was found hidden in the basement crawl space by Jeffrey's garbage and empty pizza boxes. $200 was missing from the wallet. January to October of 2017, he became angry when confronted about not changing Aurora's diapers and called Anna a biatch and an SLUT. April to October of 2017, Jeffrey began doing different things to Anna when they were having relations, not stopping after she told him it hurt and asking him to not and hold on a minute and asked him to not being able to climax without choking her, yikes, causing her to pass out from being choked on 2 occasions even after being asked to stop. What? Okay. Middle of 2017, Jeffrey was supposed to send the save the date notifications for the wedding. However, Anna later found them underneath the basement couch. So why would they ever give him any more invitations to mail? June of 2017, Jeffrey told Anna that none of his relatives were coming to the baby shower for Aurora because his mother had a heart attack. What? August of 2017, Jeffrey told Anna he bid on the house on Crown Point Parkway. His bid was accepted, but would not allow her to go with him to sign the paperwork. September of 2017, Jeffrey became angry when Melinda asked him to get fitted for the tuxedo with his father and brother, Bruce and Kyle. He told Anna he would punch Melinda in the face if she was a guy. Wow, how come nobody mentioned any of this during the interview? I think I do have a second interview with Anna. September of 2017, Jeffrey told Anna his cousin's wedding was changed to a different day because of their wedding, but it never was. 2 weeks prior to the wedding shower, Jeffrey told Anna to wait in the car while he went in the post office to mail their wedding shower invitations, but he never mailed them. Invitations later found in the basement. Unbelievable. Where was I? In the basement. Okay. Morning of the wedding shower. Now, is this the wedding shower or the baby shower? Jeffrey told Anna his Uncle Rick died after being in a car accident. However, Jeffrey's father didn't know about it when Anna gave her condolences. October of 2017, Jeffrey told Anna a series of lies regarding payment for the wedding hall and house on Crown Point Parkway. October of 2017, Jeffrey became angry when Anna wanted to go with him to pay for the wedding hall. As they were leaving the house, Melinda's van suddenly started. Jeffrey eventually left without Anna to pay for the hall, but returned 10 minutes later and told her he paid for it, spun her around, pretending to be happy. Anna called Skyview to confirm the payment and was told Jeffrey never made one. October 22nd. Jeffrey told Anna he had to borrow $1,000 from his mother because he had to replace a water heater on one of the rental houses. He had earlier told her he was paying for the hall in cash. He later told her he was in a car accident while driving the Envoy and was at the hospital, but refused to let her visit him. Oh my gosh, this guy. October of 2017, Jeffrey told Anna he was worried he would be blamed for Melinda's death because he was doing errands on 10/23/2017. What? Jeffrey told Anna he was worried he would be blamed for Melinda's death because he was doing errands on 10/23/2017. While at Jeffrey's parents' house, Anna observed the Envoy did not have any scratches or damage to it. Okay, let's go over this now. When confronted, Jeffrey told her he had another envoy. He had told her not to tell Strongsville Police Department about his accident the day prior and was angry to learn she did. October of 2017. What do you mean angry to learn she did? Because he told them himself when they asked. Bruce asked Jeffrey to pay him back for the wedding so he could use the money towards Melinda's funeral expenses. So Bruce asked Jeffrey to pay him back for the wedding so he could use the money towards Melinda's funeral expenses. Anna later found Jeffrey only gave Bruce $1,500 and offered to pay back the remainder with his credit card. October of 2017. He's lucky he got $1,500. I don't even know how he got that. It's probably stolen from them in another way. Who knows? Anna spoke to Jeffrey's Aunt Jean and learned that she didn't know about their wedding. When confronted, Jeffrey told her his aunt was crazy. Later that same day, he wanted to install an app on her. Bruce Megan's phone that would allow him to know where they were at all times. Sounds like Life 360. November of 2017, the family finds Megan's birthday gifts, Bruce's wallet, sets of keys, and other items hidden in the basement. Past 2 years, Jeffrey told Anna that he worked the night shift for the Barrera City schools and received emails to randomly come to work 2 to 3 times a week, but was only gone for 1 to 4 hours at a time. He told her he was laid off in September of 2017 and that he told her not to tell his mother. He told her his father owned a gun range and offered him a job at the range. I thought he did rental houses. Dr. Vargo provided a written statement detailing his interaction with Melinda during her appointment on 10/23. He noted she was upbeat, full of energy, and very excited about Anna's wedding. A subpoena was issued to the Strongsville City School for Melinda's attendance records, documented reasons for any absences between 2016 and 2018. Subpoena was issued to Polaris Career Center for Jeffrey's transcripts, attendance records, documentations, and any disciplinary records. I contacted Men's Warehouse, who advised me Jeffrey placed an order for only one tuxedo for himself on 9/21/17. Subpoena was issued to Scottrade for the records of any open or closed investment accounts and the respective contributions, withdrawals, earnings, and recharacterizations of same accounts belonging to Jeffrey. Polaris Career Center responded, it appears Jeffrey was enrolled in the HVAC program between 7/1/2013 and 6/2/2015. Scottrade responded to the subpoena. Jeffrey opened a Roth IRA. Oh, he did have one. In the amount, oh wow, that was true. But I'm sure he transferred that. He had the Roth IRA open 3/26/2016 in the amount of $4,611.99. He transferred the funds to the Huntington National Bank account on 10/7. The Scottrade account was closed with a balance of 1 penny. I received Melinda's autopsy report. Per the report, Melinda's death was a homicide caused by gunshot wounds and sharp force injuries of the trunk with skeletal, vascular, and visceral injuries. Subpoena was issued to the Huntington National Bank for the records and activity of any open or closed accounts belonging to Jeffrey within the dates 11/1/2016 to 11/1/2017. A search of Jeffrey's call and text logs revealed he corresponded with eXp realtor Matthew Hollow in October of 2017. I spoke to Mr. Hollow, who said he showed 4 or 5 homes to Jeffrey in Strongsville, but Jeffrey never bid on any of them. He stated Jeffrey told him he was 26 or 27 years old and worked for his father's remodeling company and that money wouldn't be an issue. Several house listings were found in Jeffrey's property on 11/20/2017. I contacted the realtors listing those properties. Century 21 realtor Brett Young advised me he showed 5 or 6 houses to Jeffrey, including the Crown Point Parkway one, but he stated that Jeffrey never bid on any of them. He stated that Jeffrey told him he owned rental properties and was an HVAC technician for Barrera City Schools. He stated Jeffrey told him he could pay cash for a home, but stated Jeffrey never provided proof of funds when he asked for it. He stated his wife, Lori Young, may have showed houses to Jeffrey in his place. I spoke to Mrs. Young, who stated Jeffrey's email, but stated she doesn't have any recollection of showing any homes. I spoke to Keller Williams realtor Lisa Davies, who stated that she never showed any homes to Jeffrey. I was unable to make contact with Keller Williams realtor Mandria Batucci. Huntington National Bank responded. After reviewing their records, it was learned that Jeffrey had 4 different accounts between 9/9/2015 and 3/17/2017. Okay. Medical examiner's office. Let me see here. The medical examiner's trace evidence department advised blood stains that were found on Jeffrey's shoe and on the front of his shirt. They further advised it appeared Jeffrey was wearing an article of clothing over his shirt and that blood seeped through the article onto his shirt. I spoke with B&D Shooting Supplies owner Bob DeBaney. He stated Jeffrey was never an employee. However, his father was. He stated Jeffrey's father was hired in 2015 but was terminated in 2017 for stealing money and ammunition and for selling his own guns to customers at the store. Okay, 2018, Anna advised me she forgot to tell me Jeffrey told her shortly before his arrest that they weren't talking to his grandparents anymore because his grandmother yelled at him and accused him of stealing $500 from his grandfather. 2/28/2018. A subpoena was issued to the Huntington National Bank for the records and activity of any open and closed accounts belonging to Jeffrey. Huntington National Bank responded that Jeffrey had 4 accounts, yada yada. I've heard that already. All of the accounts are now closed. None of the accounts ever had balances of any significance. $4,200 of the funds was transferred from his Scottrade account into his HNB account on 10/7/2016, was withdrawn the same day. So what do you do with that money? Detective Burtz responded to CCMEOs to retrieve numerous items of evidence. Gunshot residue was found on Kyle's hands, 3 particles. Gunshot residue was found on Bruce's hands, 4 particles. Gunshot residue was found on Jeffrey's hands, 5 particles. Presumptive testing indicated the presence of blood on the following: the medial side of Jeffrey's left shoe, the anterior right side of chest area of Jeffrey's navy blue t-shirt, and several areas of Jeffrey's sweatpants. Okay, and they also confirmed Melinda's DNA on Jeffrey's left shoe, Melinda's DNA on the anterior of Jeffrey's navy blue shirt, Melinda's DNA on the left anterior thigh and the right anterior ankle, lower left anterior and waistband of Jeffrey's sweatpants. Bruce's DNA on the passenger side armrest of Jeffrey's truck. I called Bruce and asked him if he was ever in Jeffrey's truck. He stated that he was in the back of the truck one time, approximately 1 or 2 weeks before, when Jeffrey and he used the truck to take tree branches to the Strongsville dump. He noted Jeffrey and he made several trips to the transfer station and stated he sat in the passenger seat each time. When asked if he remembered cutting himself that day, he stated his fingers cut easily and stated it was a possibility. That was, no, I thought, okay. Bruce stated he showed his driver's license to the attendant each time Jeffrey and he made a trip to the transfer station, and stated either the same male or female attendant was there each time. He denied citing any log to enter or exit the transfer station. He stated the female attendant was at the gate more than the male. He described the female as being white, not small, dark hair, and in her 40s. He described the male as being white, stocky, short, thinning brown hair, in his 40s. Okay, I responded to the transfer station. Let's see. When asked if they remembered Jeffrey or Bruce, they stated they didn't and advised me 300 vehicles a day come through. Historical cell analysis. Okay, Bruce's, Jeffrey's, and Melinda's phones. His initial analysis showed Jeffrey and Melinda's phones connected to her ping cell towers around the Pleskovic residence and get-go on 10/23 between 3 and 7. Uh-oh. Oh, Jeffrey and Melinda's. I thought he said, hold on, I misread that. I thought it was Bruce. I mean, I thought, okay, so that's where Melinda's phone is missing, right? So his initial analysis showed that Jeffrey and Melinda's phones were connected around the Pleskovic residence and the get-go between 3 and 7. Bruce's phone pinged a cell tower in Sheffield, Ohio at approximately 5:48, which was the only activity in the same time frame. A drive test will subsequently be performed before a final analysis report. Okay. Funlux advised me Melinda created her account on 6/2/2017, but did not register for iCloud support, which limited her to only 36 hours of storage as long as the camera was plugged in and operable. They further advised storage was bound to her email account. It's my birthday, June 4th. This is the guy. This is the Charles Cliff guy. Detective Sergeant Cravatis received a phone call from Charles Cliff, who advised him he was at Jeffrey's bunkie in the Cuyahoga County Jail for 4 months. Mr. Chase stated correction officer named Broski was giving information about the case to Jeffrey, and stated Jeffrey partially admitted his guilt to Broski and him. When asked what Jeffrey stated to him, he stated Jeffrey told him he had to do what he had to do, stated Melinda got in the way, and tried taking his daughter from him, and things happened, but his attorney told him not to say anything. He stated Jeffrey told him each week that he was getting out of jail. I conducted a recorded interview of Mr. Chase at SPD. Mr. Chase stated Jeffrey openly talked about his case like it was nothing, and stated Jeffrey told him Anna's parents didn't like him. He stated Jeffrey didn't admit his guilt, but stated Jeffrey told him he didn't have the best alibi that day. He stated when he asked Jeffrey if he did it, Jeffrey told him he may or may not have, but it will be revealed. He stated Jeffrey changed his stories about the incident and stated Jeffrey told him Anna's new boyfriend framed him, but told him that Anna's father may have did it another time. Mr. Chase stated the main reason he wanted to talk to me was to inform me Broski was giving Jeffrey information from the outside. He stated Jeffrey told him Broski was trying to help him, and stated Jeffrey and Broski communicated on a friendship level, and also that Broski brings Jeffrey pop and snacks into the jail. Uh-oh. Okay. Then a special agent Kunkel advised that drive test revealed Jeffrey's phone pinged to a cell tower closest to the Pleskovic residence 4:27 to 5:33. Jeffrey's phone then moves west on Drake Road and at 537 and pings to a different cell tower, which coverage did not include the Pleskovic residence. Phone then pings to a different cell tower, 539 to 541, before it pings to a fourth one by his Aunt Jean's house, 555 to 622. Okay, let's get to this now. Investigator Howell completed an investigative analysis detailing his examination of 13 digital devices. Item 18 and item 87, smartphones that belong to Jeffrey and contain things that are S in nature. Okay, there were, item number 18 were contained nude images of females and conversations between Jeffrey and females indicating he was trying to meet them for relations. One of the females he conversed with gave him a price for a service. He also converses with a realtor named Brett. On 8/7/17, Jeffrey told Brett he will be receiving 2 properties from 2 of his family members that passed away and asked Brett if he could help sell them. It appears Jeffrey stopped using the device September of 2017. Item 87 contains social media applications Jeffrey used to seek S activity with both males and females. In one conversation, he said he's willing to pay $50 for an S act, and in another, he discusses an outcall, female to male, female/male escort or services, where he would pay the female or male $300 for an hour of S activity. Item 86 belongs to Bruce and did not contain any more content of evidentiary value than was previously known. Item 26 belongs to Melinda and didn't contain any content of evidentiary value other than what was previously known. Okay, the remaining items could not either be accessed or they didn't contain any evidentiary value. Jeffrey pled no contest to all counts, and he was scheduled to be sentenced 10/29. Jeffrey was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 33 years. Okay, let's watch his second interview. I mean, it's his last interview here. Let me see, and if I have, I don't understand what was going on. Maybe they're going to confront him with this sexual stuff now. I don't know. But did I have 2 of, I thought I had 2 of Anna. Let me see. Okay. I do have a second interview with Anna. But I don't think she said much. Let's look at Jeffrey's other interview.
Take a look at this. You need any more food or anything?
No.
Okay, back again. You okay?
Yeah,
Okay. How's your head feel? A little better?
a little bit.
Good, good. Do you need any more food or anything?
No, thank you.
Okay. Do you want any more water or anything?
No, thank you.
Okay. Hey, let me tell you, take a look at this. This is what we want to do tomorrow. I'm not going to do any more testing with you tonight. But this is what I want to do tomorrow. Okay? But to do that, let's get an understanding of what happened so we know what we're going to be testing on. Okay? So that I can test you on have you not made a truthful statement. Okay? Okay. So the 2 issues that I asked you to think about were the shooting. So what you tell me in your own words what happened with the shooting, and then we'll try to talk about the reason, the why factor. So I'm just going to listen. So tell me about the shooting, and then we'll get an understanding of that, and then we'll talk about the why factor, and then we'll wrap some of it up, and then we'll come back tomorrow to finish up on the testing.
I think I'm being taken somewhere tomorrow. I don't know if I'll be here.
Well, if we want you here, we'll get you here. I'll talk to the prosecutor. I know it's not easy. I know it's not easy.
She went downstairs and found that stuff, I'm pretty sure, or she was looking through stuff.
Oh, okay.
She also had a piece of paper that Aurora might not have been mine for the longest time.
What's that? Oh,
An infidelity committed on Anna's
okay.
part,
Okay.
which was an iffy subject with me and Anna.
Okay.
She found that and the gun and the knife.
Okay. And then what did she say?
I don't remember, to be honest.
Was she threatening to... So she's down in your room, she sees the guns, she sees the knives, she sees, you said some paper. Did she have the paper, or is this paper you and Anna have?
It was a paper me and Anna had.
Okay.
I don't know where it is, but she said she saw it.
Okay. And it was on a paternity test?
Yes.
Okay. So are you Aurora's father?
Yes.
Okay. But she's kind of speculating that maybe you're not.
Yes.
Okay. So,
That's all right.
okay. No, that's great stuff. So that goes to the why. Okay, so she's...
I don't remember what happened after that. I'm sorry.
That's fine. Well, you know what? You did pretty well on breaks. We'll talk about it some more. I'll give you
What do you
some...
mean breaks?
when I left the room, to just give yourself some time to think.
I can't. I don't know what's wrong with me. I can't remember it all.
You know what? You are remembering, and that's sometimes how our memory works. It works slow, and...
It was at the gas station. I'm so confused.
Well, I'm not going to say that you weren't necessarily at the gas station. You weren't at the gas station at the time that you told the police you were, right? You understand that?
No.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
You told the police you left the house around 3 after Kyle got off the bus. That never happened. Okay? But you told the police you did, and then you ran out of gas for a period of time, and then a Good Samaritan came, and then after he gave you some gas, or which you purchased, then you drove over to GetGo to fill up, to put some more gas in your vehicle. Right?
Yes.
Okay. That might have happened, but it didn't happen in the time frame you said it did. Okay? So I'm going to ask them to go back and check all the time for the entire day. But that's not even something that's germane for us. Okay? The real issue is, just like you said, Melinda was in your room. She saw the guns. What did she say about the guns?
She didn't. She just found that one.
Oh, okay.
But I don't even remember that one being there. I don't know.
Well, you did remember it there, because you just told me she found the gun that was in the room. Was there a fight about it? Was she threatening you with it?
She just asked why I was there.
Okay, so she asked why the gun was in the house. Maybe she's like saying, why would you have a gun in this house? Because there's a baby in the house or something like that. But what was she saying about the gun?
She just asked why I was there, but that's...
Okay, why
and
there?
She asked about the test and everything.
And then what'd she say about the knife?
Nothing.
Okay, but you said she found the knife. What do you mean she found the knife? Because the knife was with the gun?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
But I don't understand. I can't remember what happened afterwards, to be honest.
Okay, so she's in your room. She finds the gun that ultimately was used, that was used in the shooting. She found the knife. She found the knife because it was with the gun. She found a paternity test.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but the paternity test shows that you're the father.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, obviously, and you are the father?
Uh-huh.
Okay, good. So something happened where she she must have left, ran, maybe she must have threatened you, she must have did something, because she was ultimately, injured in the back, okay? So,
Back. What?
well, did you shoot her from the front or from the back?
I don't know.
Well, I know she was found. How was she found? Face down or face up?
I don't know.
Wait, right, but you were there. I mean, you found her, right? With Bruce, right? Just you two, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Was she face down, meaning her face towards the floor, or was it looking up?
Down.
Okay. Okay. So my understanding are the wounds were in the back. Maybe they came from the front. I'm not. That's up to you. That's what I want to find out from you. But it sounds like she finds the gun. She gets upset. She finds the knife's there. She's concerned about this paternity test, and this creates a lot of anger in you, as you said. It makes me mad, and maybe you grabbed the gun and then it went off. Is that what happened? Is that when you grabbed the gun and it went off?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Well, okay. And how many times do you remember shooting it?
I don't remember.
Okay. I grabbed the gun. It went off. Did she continue out of the area, or when the gun went off, where were you? Were you in your area, your living room, the kitchen,
I don't know.
Okay. I grabbed the gun, it went off. You know what, we're still not addressing the same issue of why. What made you so mad? What is so embarrassing to you? That what is so bothersome that when you grabbed the gun and it went off, it's because you were so mad? What was that reason that caused you to be so mad?
I'm sorry, what?
What was the reason why you grabbed the gun and then it went off and ended up shooting her? What was the reason for that? That's what I want to understand. That's what we need to let Aurora know.
She picked it up and kind of didn't necessarily point it at me, but pointed it near me.
Oh my God.
It wasn't at me.
So she was threatening you. You took
She
it
was
as a...
screaming at me.
Okay.
I didn't know.
She screamed, so she picked it, right now,
I'm so, it hurt so bad.
okay. So she's screaming at you, she picks up the gun, points it in your direction. What do? Do you grab it from her?
That's where I don't understand.
Well, you got it somehow.
Got it.
What's that?
I just reached up and grabbed it.
Okay. I reached up and grabbed it. And then, and that's when you responded and it went off? So you felt threatened by her?
For a minute, yes.
Okay, okay. I felt threatened by her. And that's what made you, is that what made you so mad?
No, she was yelling, Aurora isn't yours, Aurora isn't yours. It's just a million things.
Okay. So she's down there, she finds the paper, she sees the gun, she picks it up, points it at you.
She pointed it like at my feet.
Okay, she points the gun at your feet and she's yelling at you, Aurora isn't yours, Aurora isn't yours. Is it, did I understand that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's when you grabbed the gun and it went off?
Yeah.
Okay. Right, okay. I grabbed the gun.
I think I knew the one was loaded down there, but I didn't think it was.
It went off. I didn't think it was loaded.
No, I didn't know.
Okay,
It was that one.
Okay, I didn't know that one was loaded. Okay, let me write that down, that one. And which gun was that?
I don't know. So,
Was it the revolver or the semi-automatic?
What?
Was it a revolver or a semi-automatic? You're familiar with guns, you know.
No, revolver, sorry.
It was a revolver? Okay. So earlier you told me that you have the revolver that you had was a .357 or the .44 Magnum. Was that it? Was it one of those two, or was it another revolver?
It was that one.
Okay, okay. And what did you do with that 40? Did you put it back into the bag?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you clean it?
No, I didn't touch it.
Okay,
Just put it back.
okay. Okay, and the police see, did they have that bag?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. So it was the revolver that was used. You didn't realize that it was loaded. And I'm going to go back, she originally was angry because she didn't think Aurora was your child. She grabbed the weapon, was pointing at your feet, and as she was screaming at you, you grabbed the gun, and it went off. I didn't think that one was loaded. It was a revolver. It was a .357 or .45. Are you sure in the .357 or .40 it was in a 9 or a .22 or anything?
I don't know.
Okay, but it's the one in the bag?
Yeah.
Okay, it's the one in the bag. And that's the black bag which the police have?
Yeah.
Okay. And then tell me about what happened with the knife. Was you still so mad that...
I don't know with that. That's what I don't understand.
Well, typically, what that psychologically represents is a lot of anger and frustration. And I'm thinking that anger and frustration is stemming from her trying to take Aurora away from you by her insinuation that you're not the father.
That's what I don't understand, or
What's that?
I don't know. That's what I don't know.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what.
Sorry, I'm not trying to get
No,
involved.
you're doing a fantastic job. Do you see how your memory is coming back? And it is.
It's confusing though.
Right. So, well, I understand. And now I understand why the anger's coming, because basically your daughter, somebody's trying to rip your daughter away from you. And that's not right. That can make a lot of people very angry. A lot of people that want to defend their child and defend their own life. Is everything that you've told me so far the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Would you pass another test if I tested you on that? We're not going to do that tonight.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go tell the prosecutor that. I'm going to talk with him. And I want you to think about the knives, because we have to talk about that. We can't ignore that. Okay?
Yeah.
And if it was, in a fit of rage, I stabbed her too with the knife because I was so mad, then so be it. If it was some other situation, but we have to know.
Some other situation that.
I don't know. Only you know.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood what you
Okay.
said.
So, you realize she was stabbed, right?
Yes.
Okay. The police didn't make that up. You don't need to see any stab wounds, right?
No, I don't want to see.
Okay, okay. I'm going to leave for just a few minutes here. And then what we're going to do is I just want to talk about the stab thing. And then I'll have you write your letter to Aurora. I'm going to have you handwrite your letter to Aurora, letting her know the truth. Now, are you her dad?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay.
It was something that I tried to get Anna to do for months with the wedding closing in. It was like last month she actually did it. But after being like ever since she was born, long before she was born, a question.
So why was Melinda screaming at you that you weren't the dad when you had a letter that frickin' showed you were the dad?
I don't understand.
Did she not read it right? Maybe she didn't read it right.
I tried to say
Okay.
it was, but she said no, it was.
Okay. 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 So she's trying to destroy your family. Okay. I'm going to step out for just a few minutes, okay? And then I'll have you. Well, you know what? Here. Why don't I have you
I just
start
want to
here so you
rewind
can
that
get a
for a
little bit
minute. I
better.
want to hear
It was
about that paternity for one more minute.
It was something that I tried to get Anna to do for months. The wedding closing in. It was like last month she actually did it. But after being like ever since she was born, long before she was born, a question.
So why was Melinda screaming at you that you weren't the dad when you had a letter that frickin' showed you were the dad?
I don't understand.
Did she not read it right? Maybe she didn't read it right.
I tried to say
Okay.
it was, but she said no, it was.
Okay. 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 So she's trying to destroy your family. Okay. I'm going to step out for just a few minutes, okay? And then I'll have you. Well, you know what? Here. Why don't I have you start here so you can get a little bit going? And
I need
okay. Okay. I'll be right back. Okay?
I'm sorry.
No. Hey. Are you telling me the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then you're doing a great job. It's the only thing I want to hear is the truth. Okay? Hang in there. Okay, do you need anything? Okay, hang on. Hang on. Okay, just come out for a second here.
Yeah, I want to see if they have that in the record, Karen, that if it is, let me take a look while we're waiting here. Let me see here. I'm going to pull this over here. So I'm just going to just check to see if there's anything written about the paternity report. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Where did our thing go? Hold on. Sorry. Okay. Let me just check. I can read it to you while we're waiting. Let's see. This is another detective. This is Borowski. Okay, so this may answer some questions about why they no longer suspected Bruce. They said they reviewed the video from the Strongsville Recreation Center and found that Bruce entered and punched his membership at 18:13 hours. They were able to see him enter the locker room. They were unable to tell if and when he exited, probably due to the change of his clothes, but possibly 18:17, 18:19. He may have re-entered the men's locker room at 18:56. They obtained 3 search warrants. Let's see. I don't understand why they were running. They were running Bruce's Ohio Casino Commission card, player's card. He has an account, but why did they think he was gambling somewhere? He hadn't. This is the strangest thing I've ever heard. He has an account, though almost no activity. It was opened under the new casino management group in May of 2016 and only used once. There's been no activity on his card since September of 2016. Okay, so that's all they have for that. Now let me see. Other detective. This is Deserson. So this probably has a lot of it. Now he's crying. Nothing in that report. Let's see here. Huh. There's nothing, I don't see anything yet about that paternity test in any of this discovery besides what's in that interview. Let me see. I've got a ton of his texts.
Okay. Hey, couple things I want to talk to you about. I talked with some of the agents or some of the investigators. The 357 that they had was not the gun used in the shooting.
No, it's the. It wasn't the big one. There's another one.
Oh, okay.
A little revolver.
Where did you put it? Because
In the bag.
that is not that small. A small 357, like a 38.
Maybe.
Okay. So there's a small 357 revolver. That was not recovered in the bag. So we got to get that back because we can't have that sitting around. If you threw it in the lake, fine, you threw it in the lake. If you threw it in the trash can, you threw it in the trash can. But we can't let some
I think I put it
kid.
in the bag.
Okay, it's not in the bag. Right. You understand for public safety.
Yeah, no,
Okay,
I
it's
gotta think.
Okay.
Think.
Okay. Was it silver or black?
Black.
Yeah, because that's important, not only for you, but it's more important is that nobody gets hurt by that. And if you, and sometimes people get scared and they hide them, or they throw them places, or they do that. We gotta get it back.
I know, I'm thinking.
Plus it verifies what you said too.
What do you mean it verifies?
So it corroborates what you're saying.
Oh.
Nobody's gonna say, you know, hey, his statement's not truthful because he told us about the 357 and this is where he put it. Oh, okay, that's fine. That's what happened. Otherwise, it's like, oh, okay, so.
I put it somewhere.
Right,
I thought I put it in the bag.
okay.
I'm sorry, give me a minute.
No, it's fine.
I think.
That's fine. Is it in the house?
I don't know.
Okay. Oh,
We took stuff out of the house, but I don't think I took it.
okay.
I can't.
Well, I'll give you as much time as you need, but that's a public safety issue, so we'll have to address that one first before we move on to the other stuff.
It has to be downstairs somewhere then.
Okay, let's think about where it is downstairs.
I thought I put it in the black bag.
Okay, it's not in the black bag. Are you absolutely sure it's in the house? I just want to eliminate the public safety issue, because that's gonna send people crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's definitely downstairs. Where'd you put it downstairs?
I thought I put it in the bag.
Okay, you didn't put it in the bag. Where else do you put it downstairs when?
Just in that bag.
Okay, it's not in the bag.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to think.
That's no problem. But we have to deal with that issue. We have to eliminate the only way we're gonna eliminate the public safety scare is by getting it.
What do you mean scare?
To make sure that there's not a gun sitting out there that 6-year-old's gonna find and point at his friend and blow his head off. So, because you gotta remember, that's always gonna be the worst case scenario. Okay? And this is not a threat, I don't, but you also will bear responsibility if it's outside out somewhere and it's used to hurt people. You know, you can't, that's why I said it's a major public safety issue.
We took bags out of the house.
Okay?
We took a paperwork bag out of the house in like 2 book bags
Okay.
out of the house, and we put them in my car, my LeSabre.
Okay.
It could be there.
Okay. So it's possible. Where's your LeSabre?
It's parked at my mother's house, and Anna has the keys in her car right now.
Okay. Would you give permission?
And I can't give permission. My mother owns the car.
Okay. Okay. Your mother. So where would you put it in the car? Where are the bags in the car?
Just we threw everything in the back seat.
Okay. So is that where you think you put it, in the paperwork bag or the 2 book bags? Which one?
In a book bag.
Okay.
There's a book bag that I used for work. It's got zip ties in it, so I can zip tie cords together.
Okay. What color is the book bag?
Black. It was next to the one bag.
And what color is the other book bag?
The other bag's a duffel bag.
Okay.
It's got just paperwork in it.
Okay.
It should be right in the back seat.
Okay. So you have I don't know what a book bag looks like, so.
It's a bag that just goes on your back. It's
Like
a black bag.
Like a knapsack?
Like
your
a
back?
school bag
Oh, yeah.
almost. You
Okay.
know, where you put your books in it
Yeah.
and you put it in the bag.
You put it on your shoulder?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, like what the hell is that called? Okay, and so that's where the 357 is?
Whatever it is, I don't know.
Okay, okay, okay. And then it's right in the duffel bag. What color's the duffel bag?
It's black.
Okay, so,
That just says my paperwork in the house.
okay. And then this paperwork bag, what is that?
And it just has like birth certificates, mine and Rora's,
What,
social security cards.
what does this paperwork mean? Is it because you told me you have a paperwork bag, is that the duffel bag?
That's the duffel.
Okay, okay, thanks. And then.
It just holds all my paperwork
Okay,
for
so,
the past
so
2-3
you
years.
have a duffel bag, and then you have a book bag.
Yeah.
Okay, no other bags.
No.
Okay, and those are currently in your LeSabre, and you remember that the weapon, the pistol, the black small pistol, which you believe possibly could be a 357, is in your book bag.
Yes.
Okay, and you have to talk to your mom for that, for permission. They can go get a warrant, but we just want to make sure nobody gets it and gets that gun, goes and takes it or anything silly.
I don't think anyone.
Okay, okay.
It's the only place I could think of I thought was in the bag.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Truthful on that, there's no room on that, just because safety issues, with kids getting killed on the street, just. Okay, let's talk about the knife. Tell me what happened on the knife issue.
I don't know. That's.
Was it in the fit of anger? That's when she was stabbed?
That's what I don't know. I just.
Well,
I do think.
okay. Well, let me go pass on this knife thing, the gun thing, so they'll know, so they can act on it if they have to. And if we don't want that, and I'll come back, we'll talk about the knife thing. You fill it me out. I got a key. I gotta get a key.
speed him up a little bit. There we go. No? No?
And then you describe, so you, this is, I told them then what you talked about, and they said, hey, we have to get a search, they're gonna go get our search. They're gonna go get it, but they need you to fill this out, even though you don't have consent to it. I'm not gonna, so you would say, I, write your name, authorize, just put the Strongsville Police Department, just circle it, and then you describe the vehicle and where it's at, I don't know your mom's address, description, and then the property's the same, and then description, just I guess a small black revolver, possibly a .357. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, ready? Son? Let me ask a quick question here. Small revolver, black. Okay. The paternity test. Who did that? I mean, who paid for it then?
Me and Anna went together with the baby.
Okay. You don't know where it was done?
She arranged the whole thing. She can tell me.
Where's your record of it then? Where is that in the duffel bag?
No, in the duffel bag. It was just laying around downstairs.
So would Anna have that?
I don't know about I think I had the only piece of paper, but I'm sure if you called the police, they could tell you.
The what?
The place. She put it on a card too.
On her card.
It was like
As a credit card?
whatever card she uses.
Okay. Well, she'll know about it, right?
Yes.
Okay, okay. they can talk with Anna about that, right? She's cool about that?
Yeah.
What's that?
I don't know, but yeah, just ask her.
Okay.
She knows the place.
Okay, and you said she put it on what, her credit card?
The card with the puppies on it.
Card with puppies, okay. One of the credit cards?
I think it's her debit card.
Okay. And when did she get this done?
Maybe a month ago.
Okay. And how much did it cost?
Not much. Like maybe $100.
Okay, approximately $100. Okay.
That was the excuse for the longest time. That I found out that part of all this, there's a good chance the kid wasn't mine when she was about 6 months pregnant.
Okay.
They left.
Well, there's just some speculation that she wasn't yours. Right?
Yes.
Okay, but the test shows she is yours.
Yes, the test showed there was speculation that she didn't do it till like a month ago,
Okay.
which did cause some problems
Okay. Okay.
between us, but never any
Okay.
physical or anything
Sure.
along those lines.
So,
Just arguments.
okay, well, let's get that knife situation out of it. What's the story with the knives now? Was it just a fit of rage, in the heat of the passion? I'm just going to shut up and just tell me.
Yeah. So
What's that?
I just kind of saw right after that it was all. I don't really understand what he was doing.
Okay, so, I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. I what?
I kind of just saw right after that first initial.
Okay. After shooting her?
Yes, when it just went off.
Okay.
After that, I don't.
Okay. So I'm putting here, I saw red. I just went off. Is that what you said?
No, after the gun went off,
Yeah.
I just saw
Okay.
red. I don't know.
Okay. How many times do you think you stabbed her?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you think it was more than 10?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay. But you do recall stabbing her?
I think so, yes.
Okay. And it wasn't a conscious thing, it was just in the fit of anger?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Where did all this take place?
In the kitchen.
In the kitchen? Okay. 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 Yeah, absolutely no premeditation, right?
No.
Okay. So all this is just about frustration because Melinda was yelling and screaming at you that you weren't the father. She saw the gun. Did she run upstairs with it, or?
No, she when she walked back in, she had it. I think she got it before she left. I don't understand that part. I don't know when she went downstairs.
Okay, so you guys were downstairs initially when she pointed the gun at you?
No, the whole time we were upstairs.
Oh, in the kitchen?
The whole time.
Oh, okay. This all happened, okay. So initially, she had both the gun and the knife?
Yes.
Okay.
The knife was sitting on the counter.
Okay, had gun, and the knife was on the counter. And did she have the gun in her hand, or was that on the counter as well?
It was on the counter at first, then she picked it up.
Okay, counter. And then she also had the paper, paternity paper?
I don't know about that one.
Okay, so the knife, you walked in, she had the gun and the knife on the counter, then she grabbed the gun in her hand?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then she was screaming at you that you weren't the father?
I wasn't the father. A whole bunch of other stuff.
Well, what was some of the other stuff?
I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be a part of her life. It all makes sense now.
Hang on, shouldn't be here. Okay. So she's yelling at you that you're not the father, that you were not the father, you shouldn't be here. you shouldn't be a part of her life, meaning Anna's life?
I think so.
Okay.
The baby.
Okay, okay. And then, well, did she mean Anna or
I
Aurora?
don't know.
Okay. Shouldn't be part of her life. And then she picked up the gun and pointed it at your feet?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And that's when you disarmed her?
I just reached over and grabbed it.
Okay. A grab gun. And what did she do? Because you said you told me you found her on the kitchen face down. So did she turn and that's when it went off?
I don't know. That's when it all gets blurry and I don't understand.
Okay. Do you remember, was she stabbed in the front of her or the back of her?
I don't know.
Are you sure?
I don't know.
I mean, I know.
I just don't know.
What's that?
I just don't know anymore.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. Let me give you some time. And then, well, here's what we're going to do. I'll have you write it up in your own words. You know, just the kitchen situation. Hey, they came in. The gun was on the counter. The knife was on the counter.
Do I have to do that right now?
No, you don't have to do it right now. But I'd like to, so we can have it, so we can figure out what we want to do the testing on. Because, and we may not need to do any more testing if they find the gun. I don't know.
What do you mean, on me? I don't know.
Right, we're not going to do any more testing tonight. No way. But tomorrow, is that okay or not?
I don't know what to do anymore.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. Let me step back. Let me let them know. And then I'll be right back. Okay? You want anything to drink or eat?
I'm okay.
You okay? Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. I said we have our own set of keys, so. Okay. Let's talk about the knife. Where did you put it when you? Cause
I don't know. I don't.
tell me why you put it where you put it.
I don't even remember putting it anywhere, to be honest.
Do you know where it was recovered at?
No.
Okay. I want you to tell me where. I know where it was recovered at.
I don't know where I would put it. I don't. I think the detective said I put it in the truck.
Do you remember that?
No.
Okay. I know this part is painful, but you're doing a good job. If you don't want to, do an apology letter, you don't have. You don't have to. I personally think it's important just because it shows your daughter, now this date.
We'll do that.
Okay. Do you remember when you shot her, Melinda, or I know it's painful, the stabbing part. If she was looking at you, was she standing up? Because
She was looking at me when it went off, and then after that, I don't know what happened.
okay. And how about on this? Okay, so when the gun went off, she was looking at you. Okay. And I don't know, because they're gonna, they'll do an autopsy, right? And I know they've already done an autopsy, but I'm not privy to any details of it. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay, they done it. You know what an autopsy is, right?
When they look at your body.
Right. And they look at projection, and they look where the entry was, where the exit point was. I just don't want your statements to be contradicted.
I'm not. No, that's what happened.
Okay. And then on the knife wounds, I understand you saw red. Was she on the ground when you stabbed her, or was she standing up when you stabbed her? Or was she leaning on something when you stabbed her?
I don't know with that. I'm sorry. That's where I don't know.
Because I don't want you to be embarrassed by it.
Be embarrassed by what?
By seeing red.
No, that's. Okay. I'm sorry. That's.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
I couldn't tell that one.
Okay. And that's just part of the red. When that's when the red goes off when somebody's threatening your family. Okay. What do you? I'll give this to you then to write to Aurora.
I don't know if they'll let me take it back there.
Oh, back to your cell?
I don't think they'll let me.
Well, then just do it now. I'll tell you what. I'm going to leave then. I'm going to leave and give you some private time.
I don't know what to write right now. I
Okay.
can't right now.
Okay. Well, then you don't have to.
Sorry. I wish I could. I just can't right now.
Okay. Are you interested tomorrow then? Would you feel better tomorrow? Okay. Well, let me go pass that on to them. Okay.
I'm writing a letter for. Oh wait, what is this?
Oh, it's just their form. You could do it on a plain piece of paper. I just didn't have any big piece of paper.
I just can't right now. I don't think I'd be able to.
Okay. No, that's fine. I think you've been very helpful. I think we have a better understanding. And here's ultimately what I'm going to articulate when they ask me is you come home. Was the baby in the house or in the car when all this happened?
She was in the car.
Okay. So this is when she comes home. Okay, baby in car. And what was Kyle doing?
I don't really know.
Okay. And how long do you think it took for all this to happen?
I don't know.
Okay. Quick, slow?
Pretty quick.
Okay. And basically this is what I'm going to talk to them just about the incident. I mean, we have a lot of historical saying, hey, look, she came home. Was she angry when she came back from the doctors, or did you guys have any bad words or hostile words or something, or was there bickering going on?
When she came in, she came stopping and she started saying everything about that.
Wait, hang on. She came in upset?
Yes.
Okay. She returned from doctors upset. She was hostile towards you.
Yes.
What was she saying?
She's like, oh, you got anything to tell me at first?
You got anything?
And I said, I don't know, no. I didn't know what she's talking about.
Okay, I don't know what you're talking about.
And after that, she's like, oh, so you're not her father or whatever. And it went from there to there to there.
Well, hang on. I don't know what they're so I said, I don't know what you're talking about. I say, I don't know what you're talking about. And then she says, Melinda says, you're not the father. Do you leave? Do you start getting angry at her, and that's when you decide to try to get out of the house?
And that's when I left, and then I came back in to get more stuff for the baby because I
Okay.
couldn't leave without any of her stuff.
Okay, so did you take the baby and put her in the car?
Yes.
Okay, left house, put baby in car, and then you returned to get baby items?
Yes.
Okay. I returned to get baby items, and that's when you went back into, did you go back in, is that when you saw the gun and the knife on the counter?
Yes.
Okay. And so you went back in, what did you go in the kitchen to get for the baby?
You have to walk past through the kitchen to get to the living room.
Okay, so I had to go through kitchen.
And that's where we kept all the baby stuff. It's in the living room.
Okay,
kinda.
living room, where baby stuff is, where baby stuff is. And so when you're in the kitchen, that's when you saw the gun and counter, and that's when she started screaming at you again that you're not the father. And that's when she and previously, and that's when the whole situation happened.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, okay. Screaming, pointing gun. Okay. Grabbed. And shot and stabbed. Okay, so what I'll pass on then is, in reference to the incident, she comes home from the doctor, she's upset, she's making comments to me, you got anything to tell me? I said, I don't know what you're talking about. She says, you're not the father. I started getting upset and leaving, took the baby.
That's when I walked out.
Okay. I walked out, I put the baby in the car, meaning the truck.
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't have any of my stuff though. The truck just happened to be unlocked.
Okay. I returned to get baby stuff. When you say baby stuff, what does that mean?
A diaper bag.
Okay, diaper bag.
Bottle, baby food,
Okay, baby.
diapers and wipes.
Okay.
And a spare
I got
outfit.
Got outfits. Okay. And that's in the living room, which you have to go through the kitchen. So you go through the kitchen. That's when you see the gun and the knife on the counter. That's when she starts screaming, "You're not the dad." She grabs the gun, points it at your feet area. You grab it from her, and that's when you shoot her, the gun goes off, and then because that happened, you see red, and that's when you picked up the knife and stabbed her. And then you took the stuff and left, got the baby stuff and left?
I just picked up the nearest baby bag and I
Okay.
didn't even look to see what was inside of it.
Okay. How did you clean yourself? How did you clean yourself? Because when you
I had
stabbed...
to clean myself.
Oh, you didn't? Okay. Nothing?
No, I don't think so.
You didn't get any blood on your clothes or anything?
No, I got blood on I think on a pair of sweatpants that I was holding. I don't know, maybe, I'm not sure.
And where are those sweatpants?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
Do you think they're still at the house?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. What color are they?
Gray.
Gray.
I picked up a pair of sweatpants because it was cold.
Okay. And where those, you think those are back at Melinda's house or back at your mom and dad's house?
They're not at my mom and dad's house.
Okay. Okay, fine. Did you leave it in the car or did you drop the sweatpants?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't.
Okay. 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 Okay.
I'm trying to answer it all. I'm sorry.
Okay. Have you told me the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you hiding anything?
I'm sorry.
Are you trying to minimize any involvement or anything else?
Is that what?
You're trying to. I'm sorry, my mistake. Are you trying to hide what happened? Okay. And once again, that was not a planned out thing. You didn't plan this 3 weeks earlier, a year earlier. Okay. 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 Okay.
Oh.
Okay. I'll be back, and then we'll try to get you back to your cell. Okay.
Hang right. Huh? All right, come on with me.
Do you need handcuffs?
Huh? Hang right.
This guy is so funny. He doesn't want handcuffs, and he tells the guy, "Don't you need handcuffs?" He's such a weird guy. But I will give you a little teaser that we've got some more interviews tomorrow night with the cellmate of his, actually two of them. And tomorrow night, we will go over his text messages. Oh, what's going on here? There's going to close that up. We'll go over his text messages, and let me see. I think we have some other stuff to go over with him. And then I have another good case coming up, and is it from Strongsville? It might be from Strongsville too. Maybe not. It's that baseball card one. Pretty interesting case. Okay, I've got a lot of discovery on that too. Anyway, here I'm just going to read you something that he was texting his mother. Let me see here. Mother, my stomach's growling if you hear that. Okay, let's see here now. I had a baked potato tonight, but I did not eat anything else. I had an omelet this morning and then a baked potato at night, so my stomach is growling. So sorry about that. All right, let me see here. So he says to his, this is Megan. What time is this? Okay, where did I see the ones with the mother? Maybe Kyle. No, Keith has other jobs. Okay, here we go. Let's just read some of them here. Dad. The parents are going to home tomorrow night, 100, and agreed to dinner. I will buy gift cards for someone later. Where's the ones from? Let me see. Okay, what is this? Don't know who RJ is. There's the ones I just read. Dad. They said to Mom. Trying to get. I feel like. What the heck's the ones I just read to his mother? Oh, here it is. Oh, maybe here? Clarissa? Who's Clarissa?
Oh, here they are. Okay. Sorry, I'm going to just give you a little teaser. This is to his mother, right? And it says, I'm done being treated like effing shite, Mom. I've made up your money, and again I have done everything you've ever asked. You know, and I'm just being treated like effing shite all the time. I am literally done. I cannot do this anymore. This stress is literally killing me. I put on weight. I'm trying to lose it. I don't need to be told every single time I come here or I look like shite. It makes me feel effing terrible. I'm tired of it. You're not as stressed already on is probably going to kill me. I just can't deal with it anymore. I'll get you your effing money. Please stop. I can't take any more of this between me having a fist fight, Jacob in the kitchen, effing someone is supposed to be there for me all the time, treating me like crap every day of my life. I can't do this anymore. I don't know what to do anymore. I just can't. So if you want to just be like this, just tell me, and I just won't talk to you guys anymore. I just can't. I'm really done killing me. I can't deal with this anymore. And then he said, and these were in September of 2017. Then he said, I've been working on every day of off at those rentals, not even getting so much as an effing thank you from anybody. Me and Dad have been the only ones working there. We're the only ones doing it a little bit, but I know you're working, but it doesn't get to just insult me to my face and pretend like it never happened. And I said multiple things about how he was saying shite to me all the time. I can't do this anymore, Mom. I literally can't. Then, let me see here. Then he said, it's like Mackenzie, this is all the same day. I have been accused of not having a job in forever. Every time I see you people, you guys make comments that I don't have a job, how I'm overweight, how everything I can't do it anymore. I've had a job since before I was pregnant. The same job which gives me benefits situations besides her mother, but you know I really can't. She does not deserve to talk to me like that. I cannot handle this from now on. We could just talk through text if that's what you want. I don't understand. I think he just talked to text. So he sent her another one. If you continue to let him treat everybody like shite, I think he's talking about his father to his mother. He said many things in front of me to Law about how hair is so, she makes me feel like crap. He's put Ellie and crying, balding fits. He's not good for anybody. I don't know why we're letting him do that shite, making everybody feel bad. Even dead me to leave to turn around because he's still rough around the edges, but he's been working at those houses more than I have. Okay. I don't know. It's crazy, sis. And then this is from his mom. The money, graduation, and a wedding. If anything, I have always been there to support you. I defended you with the Scullins and about your father. And then his mother said, I'm not sure of what you were saying, but you made the decision to change our relationship, Jeffrey. You lied to me endlessly. The pregnancy, stealing, and then... Let's see. I don't know who he wrote over here. I think this is to his mother. By the way, you're the violent one here. You attacked me. And then he wrote, yeah, Mom, you have, and I thank you for that. And I made the mistake. I tried to fix it, and I have your money, but I'm still treated like shite. But comments you make and allow him to make. The mother said, I appreciated that you have helped your father with the houses. I apologize if I haven't made that clear. And then said, you have a job, but you can't pay mother, which you owe money to. This is his father. I know your little secret of stealing money from her. And then to the mother, let's see, he said, you make comments about me not having a job all the time, and now he does. You both made comments about my weight. Now he does constantly. Mom, I cannot do this anymore. I've done nothing but try to fix the mistakes I've made. I've apologized for all of them. There's nothing more I can do. If you want me to life force something, say the word. Let's see. And I guess this is his dad. Said, you're a lying piece of shite. Mom owns most of the houses either way, so it's her choice. Fat arse. And trying to see what else there is here. Jeannie. There's the real estate agent. Okay. All right. Well, let's do the word game, and then as I should be in bed already, so I have to get up really super duper early. But I appreciate everybody being here. I, Wendy, Coco, and Lisa, Dameron, and Karen, and Kathleen, and everyone that's here, and Twisted Sisters. I'm Twisted. Oh my gosh, Stitches, and Murder of Crows, and everyone that Dark Menace, everyone that's managed to stick around. We're going to do the word thing, and then we will. Oopsie, I don't know if I just did the. Oh yeah, it is the daily puzzle. Okay. All right, I gotta look at you guys now. I got all those on my own. Okay, let's see what you got now. Amuse. Okay, that's what I need. Thank you, Murder. Amuse and amuses, right? Yeah. There we go. Thank you. All right, everybody. Have a good night. Be good. See you tomorrow. I'll probably do a live of a special event on location, so look out for it, okay? Be sure to look out for it. It's a fun thing. And I'll see you guys tomorrow, and then tomorrow night we'll finish. Maybe we'll finish the rest of this case and get started on another one. Okay. Love you guys. God bless. Prayers, and be good. Stay well. Stay safe. Be good. Love you. Prayers for all that need them. Okay. And everybody needs them. Hi, Pencilla. Good night, Pencilla.